Okay, I'm going to go ahead and get started this morning by just welcoming all of you guys. Sawadee Krap, Sawadee Krap. Welcome to everyone. Welcome to everyone that's here, and welcome to everyone joining us online as well. This is the first day of a 5-day course where I'm going to be teaching you the topics that you need to understand to get started in building harmony in your relationships, because this is one of the most rewarding things in life, is having very harmonious relationships and interacting with people. But oftentimes we lack the wisdom of how to be able to actually do that. So the teachings of the Buddha provide you guidance to be able to have harmonious relationships. And there's multiple things you would need to learn and grow and develop, because oftentimes when we aren't having harmonious relationships, we will tend to blame other people in the unenlightened state. We will think the reason why we don't have harmonious relationships is because somebody else is doing something. But in reality, it's our own mind that we can actually train our own mind. We can cultivate wisdom and we can improve our relationships. And you can get to the point where you don't have any bitterness or hostility in your relationships. Right now, you might have certain people that you like and certain people that you dislike. But by the time you get to enlightenment, you won't have that. You'll be able to have love and kindness for all beings, no matter who they are. You won't have these expectations and these wants for people to be a certain way. And therefore, if they don't do things your way, you won't like them. But by the time you get to enlightenment and you cultivate the wisdom that you need, you can have harmonious relationships because your mind isn't being bitter and hostile and harsh towards others. And I'm going to teach you how to be able to accomplish that, because you need to train your own mind. I went for a really long time in my life having a lot of resentment and hostility towards my mom and other people in my life because I expected them to be a certain way and I wanted to constantly change them. But when I started doing the inner work to change my own mind, that's when all the relationships started changing, because I was addressing the real problem. We can't control what other people do, but we can train our own mind so that we can control our own mind. So that's what the Buddhist teachings are going to bring to your awareness of how to train your own mind. And by training your own mind, this is what's going to produce harmonious relationships. So I'm going to teach you how to do that as we go throughout the 5 days. What I'm going to do here at the beginning of our class is I'm going to guide us in a meditation session just to get us started with some meditation. Afterwards, I'm going to move into introducing you to the course and helping you understand all the various things that are part of the course. And then this morning, we're going to learn the Eightfold Path. And for some of you guys, you've learned this with me already, and others you haven't. And if you've learned this already, this will be a great refresher for you, because you really can't learn that teaching enough. You can visit that multiple times in your journey to enlightenment, because each time you're going to be able to dial it in closer and closer and closer. And for those of you guys that have never learned the Eightfold Path, this is the core central teaching of the Buddha that you would need to know in order to understand any aspect of his teachings, because everything else integrates into it. So I'm going to teach you that this morning. Then we're going to end up taking an 1.5-hour lunch break. And when we come back, I'm going to teach you the 3 poisons, or the 3 unwholesome roots, or the 3 fires. And again, some of you guys have learned this, but it's really helpful to hear it again. And for some of you guys, it'll be your first time understanding it. This is where you're going to get a pretty deep understanding of what's going on in the unenlightened mind and why it experiences anger and sadness and frustration and all these other discontent feelings that you can ultimately eliminate from the mind. So I'm going to teach that to you this afternoon. And of course, this afternoon we'll also do some meditation together as well. So if you'd like to start with meditation, you're welcome to start and be guided in the meditation. The way that I start with meditation is I do chanting to ease us into the meditation. If you'd like to see these chants, they're on a laminated sheet over there on the table. You're welcome to get those. It has the chants and the English translations as well. For those of you guys that are online, you can access these chants by going to our website, buddhadailywisdom.com. And if you click on free books, you'll be able to see down towards the bottom of that page, there's the daily chanting sheet. And that's the same thing that we have here at the temple. If you look at these chants, there's a lot of respect and gratitude and admiration for the Buddha. I think that these teachings, or these chants, were actually created by his students, because a Buddha wouldn't go around and say, here, chant these things to appreciate me and have gratitude for me, admire me, and give me all this respect. Because a Buddha would eliminate their ego, their arrogance. They wouldn't walk around teaching people to chant these things to them. But if you learn from a teacher how to move from the anger, the sadness, the frustration, and all these other discontent feelings to the peace and joy that is a permanent mental state that the Buddha taught, you'd have a lot of respect and appreciation for that person too, because the Buddha didn't want anything from his students. He didn't expect anything from his students. Instead, he just shared with them what it took to be able to move to this enlightened mental state. So people had a lot of appreciation, gratitude, and respect for the Buddha because of the work that he did to be able to help them move to this enlightened mental state. When we're chanting, this isn't a rite, a ritual, or a ceremony or worship. It's not prayer or anything like that. There's no kind of mystical, magical things that related to these chants or any other aspect of the teachings of the Buddha. The teachings of the Buddha are all about training your own mind. So the real benefit in these chants nowadays is to ease the mind into meditation and get more benefit out of the meditation itself. During the lifetime of the Buddha, they used chanting as a way to commit the teachings to memory because everything he taught was oral, and then once every 2 weeks they would come together and they would recite his teachings word for word for word, and this was the way that they committed the teachings to their memory. But nowadays we don't need to do that because we have books and videos and podcasts and audiobooks, so we use chanting as a way to ease the mind into meditation and actually get more benefit out of the meditation itself. So if you'd like to chant along, you're more than welcome to. And I teach these chants in various courses and retreats that I share, so if you're ever interested in learning how to chant these, you'll be able to take those courses and learn how to chant them. But you'll get a lot of practice if you'd like to just practice in this course, because each time we meditate, I will chant going into the meditation. Then there's going to be a period of time where I'm giving you some guidance in the meditation. Then there'll be a period of time where it'll just be quiet and we're all meditating together. Everyone here at the temple and those of you guys online will just be meditating together at the same time. And I'm sure you'll hear occasional sounds here and there. This is normal. You're not going to be able to be in an environment that's permanently quiet. But when you hear sounds like a dog barking, a bird chirping, a car going by, you can train your mind to not be affected by this, because this is just impermanence. So if you're getting annoyed or frustrated, there's something in your mind, which you're going to learn about this morning, that's causing this. It's not the car, it's not the dog barking, that's not what's actually causing it. So I will teach you this morning about what's causing these discontent feelings. So when you're in meditation, if you're noticing your mind moves off the breath, you'll hear me give you the guidance to bring it back to the breath. Then after the meditation, we will come out of that with some more chanting, and that'll bring us out of the meditation, and that's where I'll start the class. In terms of your body positioning, again, I teach this at different times in different courses, but just for those of you guys that haven't learned that with me, there's 4 positions to meditate. It's seated, lying, standing, and walking. And most of the time, students are learning in the seated position. This is a common position to learn in, but we have these other positions because your body can't permanently be in the same position. So in terms of sitting, if you're on the floor, oftentimes people just cross their legs lightly, whereas if you have your legs really tight, this will impede the circulation in the lower legs. Some people like to put their legs off the mat, which gets the hips up in the air, and it lessens the angle at the hips, the knees, and the ankles. So this will allow the circulation to flow in the lower body. But really, it's up to you. You can sit however you like and whatever is comfortable. And then the Buddha put his right hand over his left with his thumbs together, and he put this into his lap. If this is comfortable for you, you could use it. But again, it's not about everybody doing it exactly the same way, because that's not actually possible. All of our bodies are different and we'll experience different things. So if this isn't comfortable for you, you could try other options. Some people like to put their palms on their thighs or on their knees. Some people put their palms up or just rest their hands comfortably in their lap. And it's the same thing if you're in a chair. You can just sit however you're comfortable. Maybe if you're at home, you're on a sofa or a bench or a wheelchair or something like that. Just sit however you're comfortable, where the lower body and the hands and arms can be completely relaxed. The upper body should be erect. This keeps the mind attentive and alert during the meditation so that you can actively train the mind. Whereas if you were slouched, the mind would have a tendency to be dull or lethargic or complacent. But if you were real rigid with the upper body, this could make the mind overactive or uptight. So you'd like the upper body to be in the middle where it's erect, and this way your mind can stay attentive and alert during the meditation. So with your sternum up and your shoulders back, not only does the mind stay more attentive and alert, but also you can breathe easier in through the nose and out through the nose, which is what you're going to need in order to meditate. So again, I'm going to ease into meditation with some chanting, which you guys are welcome to join along in, and then I'll come back in with some guidance to help you in meditation. Arahang Samma สัมมุตโตมหาเกวาพุตังมหาเกวันหังอภิวาเตมิสวากขาโตมหาเกวตาธัมโมธัมมังนามัสสามิสุปฏิปันโนมหาเกวโตสาวกสังโฆสังฆังนามามินับโมตัสสะภะคะวะโตอะระหะโตสัมมาสัมพุทธัสสะนับโมตัสสะภะคะวะโตอะระหะโตสัมมาสัมพุทธัสสะนับโมตัสสะภะคะวะโตอะระหะโตสัมมาสัมพุทธัสสะอิติปิโสมะคะวะอะระหังสัมมาสัมพุทโธวิชาจารณังสัมมุโนสกขาโตโรกาวิตุอนุเตโรปุริสาดัมมาสติสัตตาตาวามนุสนังพุทโธภควาติ Okay, with the lower body and hands and arms comfortable, in the upper body erect, just close the eyes and start breathing in through the nose and out through the nose. Here you're just looking to establish the breath. A nice, natural, steady, consistent breath. Not forced or controlled. Just a gradual inhale through the nose, experiencing the full breath. And then, whenever you're ready, exhale out through the nose. Breathing in and out. Breathing in and out. Your breath may not match up with the guidance that I'm providing, and that's okay. This is your practice. I'm just here for guidance. You can use this voice as a reminder that whenever you get to the next inhale, breathing gradually through the nose, developing a nice, natural, steady, consistent breath. And then, whenever you're ready, exhale out through the nose, experiencing the full breath. Breathing in and out. Breathing in and out. With the breath well established, start fixating the mind on the breath, either the sound of the breath coming into the nose or the sensation of air moving over the skin into the nose. The breath is the present moment. Fixate the mind on the breath, the present moment. Breathing in and out. Breathing in and out. With the mind fixated on the breath, whenever you notice that the mind moves off the breath, cut that off, let it go, and come back to the breath, the present moment. No need to observe the thought, label it, judge it, analyze it, or even try to figure out where it's coming from. Whenever you notice that the mind moves off the breath, cut that off, let it go, and come back to the breath, the present moment. Breathing in and out. Breathing in and out. I'm going to be quiet now and let you do this work of focusing on the breath, cutting off and letting go anytime the mind moves off the breath. You have nowhere to go. There's nothing to do. No one needs you right now. This is your time to focus on the breath. Breathing in and out. อะระหังสัมมาสัมพุทโธมะคะวะโหตังภะคะวันหังอภิวาเทมิสวากขาโตมะคะวะตาธัมโมธัมมังนามัสสามิสุปฏิปันโนภะคะวะโตสาวกสังโฆสังฆังนามามินะโมตัสสะภะคะวะโตอะระหะโตสัมมาสัมพุทธัสสะนะโมตัสสะภะคะวะโตอะระหะโตสัมมาสัมพุทธัสสะนะโมตัสสะภะคะวะโตอะระหะโตสัมมาสัมพุทธัสสะอิติปิโสภะคะวะอะระหังสัมมาสัมพุทโธวิชาจารณังสัมมุโนสกขาโตโรกาวิโตอนุเตโรปุริสานามาสติสัตตาตาวามนุสนังพุทโธภะคะวะติ Okay, if you guys would like to slowly make your way out of meditation. Okay, so let me introduce you guys to the course and help you guys to understand what you're going to be learning over the next 5 days. And then I'll actually start teaching you the things that you're going to be learning over the next 5 days. We'll even talk about kind of the structure of the course and how we go throughout our day as well. So the name of this course is called Harmony in Relationships. This is where you're learning how to develop harmonious relationships, because by the time someone gets to enlightenment, all their relationships are at ease. Whether it's professional or personal relationships, you won't have any bitterness or hostility or any kind of thing like that in your relationships. They will all be at ease. You won't be argumentative with the people that you're around. You won't be, yelling and hollering and disgruntled and agitated based on relationships. Your mind will be completely at ease in all your relationships. So that's what you need to develop, and you're going to need the wisdom of how to actually do that. This course is from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. each day. I start right at 9 a.m. And then we pretty much finish right around 3. Sometimes a little bit earlier, sometimes a little bit later, just depending on the day, but that's kind of the time frame of the course. This is my contact information that you're welcome to use at any time that you like. It's more so for after the course, because if you're not coming to class on a certain day, or you're running behind schedule and you're not able to come at a certain time, you don't have to contact me and let me know. If you're here, I will teach you and I will help you to learn. If you're not here, then I just won't be able to teach you. So this contact information is more for after the class, after this course, because you're going to need help. just 5 days of learning, yes, that's going to be very helpful for you, but you're going to need continuous guidance on your journey to enlightenment. All this information is on our website, so you can get it there, but I also provide it here for you as well. And by the way, these slides that I'm using, they're on our website as PDF document. So if you'd like to download those and have them on an iPad, or if you'd like to print a notebook, there's a printer right next door where you can actually print a spiral bound notebook of the slides. And then if you'd like to even take notes, you're welcome to do that if you like. And you'll find that under the free books of the website. So the way that this course is structured in terms of the schedule and the plan is I start out on the first day with just a welcome and introduction, but each morning we start with a chant at 9 a.m. with meditation. And that's what we did this morning. We started a little bit later than 9 a.m. in terms of the meditation because I was just welcoming you guys and saying hello and introducing you to meditation. But what we'll be doing from this point forward is just starting at 9 a.m. with chanting and meditation. So if you guys would like to join with that, when you come in the morning prior to 9 o'clock, you can get the chanting sheets over there on the table and you can chant along if you'd like. Then at 9:30, this is where I'm going to start sharing teachings with you. Some people might refer to that as a Dhamma talk. The word Dhamma means teachings, but teachings talk doesn't quite sound exactly accurate in English language. So the way that I think about these is I think about it as a discussion. You know, it's not a lecture, it's not a sermon or anything like that. It's more of a discussion where I'm sharing things with you and then opening up to any questions that you guys have. And as we go throughout the class and the entire week of the course, you're able to ask any and all questions, whether you're here at the temple or you're online. If you're here at the temple and you'd like to ask questions, if you could use the microphones in the white bowl, this way the people online will be able to hear you, and we'll be able to hear you in the classroom as well. If you didn't have a microphone, the people online wouldn't be able to hear you. So all you need to do is get a microphone, you press the gray button on the front, the lights will come on, and then you just put it up to your chin, and then we'll be able to hear you here at the temple, and they'll be able to hear you online. And you can keep those microphones with you at your seat because you might have more than one question, or someone around you might have a question. So there's plenty of microphones. You can just keep it with you when you get one. And then for those of you guys online, if you have questions, you can put it into Facebook, YouTube, or Zoom in the comment section, and I'll be able to see that and answer your question. And in Zoom, you have the added feature of electronically raising your hand, and then you can open up your microphone, and we'll be able to hear you here at the temple, and they'll be able to hear you throughout the live stream as well. Then we're going to take lunch somewhere around 12 o'clock. Again, sometimes a little bit earlier, sometimes a little bit later. This isn't a hard, fast schedule, but you'll see this is kind of the general schedule and general structure. We usually take about an hour and a half lunch break, and then we come back around 1:30. But each day when we go to lunch, I will let you know what time I'm going to restart the class. So if we're going to lunch at 12:15 or 12:30, or we're going to lunch at 11:30 or 11:45, I will let you know what time we're going to restart so that you'll know when to come back. We usually have about an hour and a half lunch break. That gives you time to go get some food. There's plenty of restaurants around. Some people even like to come here and take a nap and sleep during lunch. You're welcome to do that. You probably even see me doing that from time to time, taking a nice little nap. So feel free to make yourself comfortable. And then we generally finish around 3 o'clock. Again, sometimes a little bit earlier, sometimes a little bit later, but this is generally what our structure is for the class. This course is based on this book, Developing a Life Practice, The Path That Leads to Enlightenment. This is the first book of the book series, and you can acquire a version of this from our website for free. You can download it as a PDF. You can take it and go print it if you like. There's plenty of print shops in Thailand or maybe in your home country, wherever you're at. Or you can get printed versions here at the temple by essentially reimbursing us for our printing costs. And you can even access them on Amazon. If you have access to Amazon, you can order them there. So I'm going to be using this as a foundational text, but many of the things that I'm going to be teaching in this course, I haven't written about them because it's quite challenging to write about these kinds of things. So you're going to see that I am going to be discussing chapter 4, 5, 8, 11, 13, 14, and 15. But many of the talks that I'm going to provide you, they're not in any of the books anywhere. All the things that I'm teaching you is supported by the original words of the Buddha, but it's just something that hasn't been written down in written format, because sometimes things are oftentimes easier to write about and you can learn that way, and other times things are just easier to speak about and you can learn that way. So you'll see some of that as we go throughout the course. And this is the first book of an entire book series that you might be interested to learn with. And some students tell me they read this book 8, 12 times even, and each time they read it, they glean more and more insight from the book. So if you would like to acquire one of these, you can get it from our website or any of those other places. Then in terms of the topics that we're going to be discussing to help you guys build harmony in your relationships is this first talk that I'm going to give you here in a moment is called the Eightfold Path, the path for all humans to enlightenment. You would need to know this if you're interested in any aspect of the teachings of the Buddha, if you're interested in getting rid of your anger and your sadness and frustration and all these other discontent feelings, you're going to need to know this because this is a core central teaching of the Buddha. So I'm going to share that with you. And like I mentioned, some of you it'll be a refresher, but you can't really learn this teaching enough. You're going to need to revisit this teaching multiple times. And for others, this is going to be the first time that you might have heard this and learned this with me. And I'm going to be using the original words of the Buddha to help you understand this so that way you understand exactly what he taught. And I'm going to walk you through it in a way that you can intellectually learn it and investigate it and understand it. Then you can start reflecting on it to independently verify it, and you can practice the teachings. That's where you're going to really experience the real results when you're practicing them and integrating them into your life. There's nothing in the teachings of the Buddha that you should believe. So you never believe me. You never believe anybody else. You never believe the books. This isn't a belief practice. You don't believe, and then hope something good happens when you die. You're actively working to cultivate wisdom. And the way that you cultivate wisdom is you learn something, you investigate it, you examine it, then you reflect on it to independently verify whether it's true or false, and then you practice it by integrating it into your life, and you start training your mind. And I'm going to show you how to do that as we get started with this teaching, but you're going to need to do that with all the teachings of the Buddha. You never believe anybody, so don't believe anything I say, don't believe anything I write about, don't believe anyone else. Because with belief, you don't know what's true or false. You're just believing it. But if you can independently verify something, you know the truth and you've acquired wisdom, and now you will make decisions through that wisdom. So you need to awaken to these natural laws that the Buddha taught, and you don't do that through belief. You do it through investigating teachings, reflecting on them to independently verify them and practice them. So just like we gained wisdom of the natural law of gravity, and now we make wiser decisions because we fully awake to the natural law of gravity, we no longer fall down or break our toys or these kinds of things because we fully awake to the wisdom of the natural law of gravity. We need to do the same thing with the natural laws of existence, that when your mind's angry or agitated or annoyed, you're struggling and having difficulties in the world, this is because the mind lacks wisdom. And the same thing when your mind was struggling and having difficulties with the natural law of gravity, when we were 2 years old, 4 years old, 5 years old, we struggled with that natural law because we didn't understand it. And we didn't have the wisdom of this natural law. But that natural law was affecting us, whether we were aware of it or not. So the same thing is true about these natural laws that the Buddha taught, that the mind will oftentimes struggle in the world and have difficulties because it's unawake, or in other words, it lacks wisdom of these natural laws. So when we talk about awakening to enlightenment, what you're doing is you're cultivating wisdom to train the mind. And you need to be able to do that through acquiring wisdom. So you're learning, you're reflecting to independently verify, and you're practicing rather than believing. And I'm going to show you how to do that through these various teachings, specifically with the Eightfold Path. I'm going to walk you through in such a way that you can do that learning, that reflection, and that practice. Then this afternoon, I'll teach you transforming the three poisons, craving, anger, and ignorance. This is where you're going to deepen your understanding and broaden your understanding of what's really causing the discontent feelings in the mind and what's plaguing the mind and keeping it in the unenlightened state. Then tomorrow, you're going to be learning about identifying cravings, cultivating non-craving, and analysis of the mind. For some of you guys, you were just here yesterday when I taught this as part of the group learning program. If you weren't here on Sunday, which was yesterday, or you missed part of that talk, I'm going to be discussing that here because you need to know this in order to develop harmonious relationships. You wouldn't be able to have a harmonious relationship if you have craving, desire, attachment in your relationships. Then I'm going to be discussing cultivating healthy mental states, loving kindness, compassion, sympathetic joy, and equanimity. These are oftentimes referred to as the Brahma Viharas, but these are exact antidotes for specific problems in the mind. Sometimes the Buddha gets the reputation of being like a doctor because there are certain symptoms that you can see that's going on in the mind, and then there's a prescription. And then oftentimes people refer to the Buddha as like a doctor because of this symptom prescription approach. But you can be your own best doctor. You need to be able to understand what the symptoms are that you're going to see in your mind, what the problematic things are, and then what are the solutions to those? What are the prescriptions so that you can pull out that tool or pull out that antidote or remedy And that's what these Brahma Viharas or these 4 healthy mental states are going to help you to be able to do. So I'm going to explain to you certain symptoms that you're going to see in your mind, and then how to antidote that with these 4 healthy mental states. And we're going to even be doing some of that with the 3 poisons as well. Then the real focal point of this course is this particular talk that I'm going to do on Wednesday morning, which is titled True Love, Love Without Attachment. Oftentimes people think love hurts and love is difficult, but that's because they're not understanding what love is. Love isn't painful when you understand what love is, but oftentimes there's something called craving, desire, attachment that's masquerading as love, and people are thinking that this is love when actually it's not. So I'm going to teach you what true love is and how to love beings without attachment. And this is what's going to help you to develop harmonious relationships. Most people don't understand this when they're in the unenlightened state and they don't have wisdom of what true love is. And this is what's hindering someone from experiencing harmonious relationships, is that they're not practicing true love. So if you haven't learned this before, or even if you have, I'm going to be discussing it here in this particular course so that you can get in touch with what is true love, and then you can practice true love. And by practicing true love, what you'll notice is as you're putting that out, more and more true love will come back to you. If you feel sometimes like people don't love you and people don't care for you, there's things that you're doing in your life in terms of practicing true love that you're not practicing true love, so therefore it's not coming back to you. So by getting in touch with what is true love, you can practice true love, and you'll see more and more true love coming back to you. And when it is coming back to you, you'll be able to identify it, that you'll be able to identify that this is actual love. Because sometimes people are practicing love with you, but you might not be able to actually identify it as being love. So by understanding what true love is, not only will you be able to practice it, but you'll be able to identify it when it's coming back to you. Then I'm going to be teaching you practicing in a world of the unknowing, relationships with non-practitioners, because it's great that you're coming to the temple and you're learning about how to train your mind and get to this more peaceful and joyful mental state, but you're going to be around people who aren't. You're going to be around people who are out there, being angry and bitter and harsh and hostile, having all kinds of difficulties and struggles in their life, and they're probably going to be blaming you in some situations for their struggles and difficulties, and this is going to be really challenging for you. So I'm going to teach you how to deal with situations where individuals aren't practicing the teachings, but maybe they're a coworker, maybe it's a family or friend or a neighbor, a life partner, maybe your children or something like this. Then I'll teach you guys how to practice non-attachment, how to eliminate attachment to those who are closest to you, because this is the most challenging attachments to eliminate for the mind. You don't have to eliminate the relationships. You just need to eliminate the craving, desire, attachment. I'm going to explain to you what a craving, desire, attachment is here in a moment. But these are some of the most challenging attachments to eliminate. And this is what's plaguing an individual from having harmonious relationships, because there's certain attachments or wants or expectations that you have in your own mind for the people around you. And now when you're putting your expectations on people, they can't meet those permanently, and now you have difficulties in your relationships when you're not getting what you want out of this relationship. So to get to satisfying, fulfilling, and harmonious relationships, you're going to need to eliminate your attachments in your relationships, not the relationship itself, but the attachment in the relationship. And I'll explain to you more about what that is when we get to it. Then if you have children, there's this talk about sharing the path to enlightenment, how to guide children on the path. If you don't have children right now, it's okay, because this particular talk will still help you. Even if you never are planning to have children ever in your life, if you have nieces or nephews, if you have a life partner, if you have friends or coworkers, there's things in this particular talk that are going to help you to help other people. If there's other people who are interested in learning the path, there's ways for you to be able to help them. And I'm going to teach you how to do that in relationship to children. But these same things that I'm going to share with you in that talk can be applied in other situations like friends and family and people like this who need help with understanding these teachings. Then I'm going to teach you how to develop and maintain relationships in terms of choosing wholesome friends and a life partner. you're not interested in judging other people and looking down on them, but there are certain decisions that you can make in terms of who you spend time with and who you associate with that's going to directly impact your life. So if you're not familiar with how to choose a wholesome friend or wholesome companion or a wholesome life partner in a way that is non-judgmental, I'm going to teach you this here so that you can cultivate healthy relationships through choosing wholesome individuals to spend time with. And this is going to be very impactful for you, because the Buddha teaches that this is one of the primary things on the path to enlightenment. Because if you associate with people who are into unwholesome things, you're going to tend to do those types of things. But if you associate with people who are doing wholesome things, you'll tend to do those types of things. So you're going to need to have a frame of reference to be able to make decisions about who to involve in your life. And this is where I'm going to teach that to you. Then in terms of practicing the path to enlightenment in the workplace, I'm going to teach you how to do that, because while I'm going to teach you things like singleness of mind and practicing concentration and being loving and kind and warm and gentle and all these kinds of things, you might work in an environment where people aren't doing those things, and you might be struggling or experiencing struggles. So I'm going to teach you how to be able to do that. Then we're going to get to something called the art of the friendly no. How to say no without saying no. This is very, very helpful for you, because one of the things that the unenlightened mind does not like to hear is the word no. So if someone invites you to a party and you say, no, I can't come, whoa, they're going to be potentially really shaken up by that. Or other things. If someone says, can I borrow some money? And you say no, right? This can actually cause difficulties in your relationship. So it's important to learn how to say no without actually saying no. So I'm going to teach you how to do this in your relationships, and this will help promote more harmonious relationships. And then in terms of our meditation practice throughout the course, I'm going to be teaching loving kindness meditation in terms of what I'm going to be teaching you in this course, but we're going to be doing breathing mindfulness meditation and loving kindness meditation as part of this course. The loving kindness meditation is going to transform your mind away from anger, hatred, ill will, and all those lesser versions like frustration, irritation, annoyance, all of these types of feelings. This meditation is going to essentially rewire your mind to no longer experience those types of feelings. And even if you have negative self-talk in your mind, if you have like an inner dialogue that where you diminish and degrade yourself, this meditation can help you with that as well. So I'm going to teach you this tomorrow morning, and then we're going to be doing it all throughout the course. And you can do these meditations in the seated, lying, standing, and walking positions. The loving kindness meditation we do in the seated, lying, standing. And then the breathing mindfulness meditation, there's also a walking position. And I teach all these positions in other courses. So if you've learned these positions, you can use them at any time that you like. But I don't specifically teach these as part of this course, but you're welcome to use them as you've learned them. And then you'll be able to practice your Buddhist chanting as well. And then towards the end of the course, I'm going to teach you how to get continued support, because as I mentioned, you're going to need more help beyond this course in order to continue to grow and develop. You wouldn't be able to just take a 5-day course and actually get to enlightenment. You're going to need continuous support. So this is the topics that we're going to be learning throughout the course. Any questions on the course itself, or anything that I'm going to be doing throughout the course? Anything that you guys would like to discuss related to this? No? Okay, let me check online here. Remember, you guys online, you guys can ask questions too. Okay, I'm not seeing any questions anywhere. So I'm going to share with you guys this first teaching of the Eightfold Path. This is the path for all humans to enlightenment. If you're interested in getting to enlightenment, where what enlightenment is where your mind is peaceful, calm, serene, and content with joy. You no longer experience any discontent feelings. By the time you get to enlightenment, there is no anger in the mind, sadness, frustration, irritation, annoyance, guilt, shame, fear, stress, anxiety, loneliness, boredom, shyness, resentment, jealousy. All these discontent feelings in others are completely eliminated from the enlightened mind. And you do that through the Eightfold Path. You need to learn this as a core central teaching. This is what's going to transform your mind to move it to this enlightened mental state. By the time you get to enlightenment, you'll notice that there's focus, concentration, clarity, and deep memory. Your personal and professional relationships will be blossoming. You won't have this bitterness and harshness and hostility in your relationships. They will be all at ease. You won't even be in a bad mood anymore. By the time you get to enlightenment, all the causes and conditions that are producing the bad mood have been uprooted and eliminated from the mind. It's physically impossible for the enlightened mind to ever experience a bad mood or anger or stress or anxiety. It just can't happen because the causes and conditions that are producing it have been uprooted and eliminated out of the mind. There's something called the 10 fetters, which are the 10 individual problems that the Buddha describes and that he discovered in his journey to enlightenment that he needed to be able to eliminate. And this is the most detailed description that you will see from the Buddha of what's actually causing the discontent feelings and what's plaguing the mind and keeping it in the unenlightened state. So everything and anything that he's teaching you is to help you eliminate those 10 fetters. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to teach you from the beginning where you learn the Eightfold Path, and then we're going to go deeper into the 3 poisons and the 3 unwholesome roots or the 3 fires this afternoon. And there's other courses and retreats where I teach the 10 fetters because you're going to need to know that too. But as you're just getting started, you're usually getting your arms around the beginning foundational teachings, and the Eightfold Path is one of those types of teachings where you need this as a foundational teaching. So that's why in all the courses and retreats that I teach, I always teach this Eightfold Path. So if you've taken the Foundation to the Path to Enlightenment course with me, you've learned it there. I teach it here because I never know who's going to be in these classes and courses. And if someone hasn't learned this, they're going to need to be able to understand it. It's a core central teaching, and you're going to need to know it like the back of your hand, inside and out, backwards and forwards. By the time you get to enlightenment, you understand this teaching so well, and you can describe it with ease and with comfort. But it takes you multiple times to revisit it to be able to get to that point. So you're going to need to revisit this multiple times to be able to understand it and fully implement it into your life. One of the ways that you can think about it is you can think about it like 8 individual dials, that if you had a speaker system and you were going to try to get a better and better quality sound out of these speakers, you would dial these 8 dials in closer and closer, and you'd be constantly tweaking those dials in order to get a better and better sound out of the speakers. Well, the same thing is true with your mind, is you would like to get this better and better quality performing mind, where your mind is performing optimally, where you don't have anger and sadness. You can have focus and concentration and clarity and deep memory and these other qualities that go along with enlightenment. So these are the 8 individual dials that you're tweaking, and you're getting better and better at tweaking them and be able to get this better and better quality performing mind, just like the speakers would have a better quality sound. So I'm going to walk you through this and help you understand what they are, and then you're going to need to revisit it multiple times to tweak it and get it more and more implemented into your life. The way that this Eightfold Path is structured is there's 8 individual steps, starting with right view, and then it moves to right intention, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration. It's organized into 3 sections: the wisdom section, moral conduct, and mental discipline. And I'm going to walk you through all of this. When you see anything related to the moral conduct in the teachings of the Buddha, these aren't rules, they're not commandments. He's not trying to guilt, shame, or fear you into understanding anything or doing anything, but instead he's sharing with you this cause and effect, or this action and result, that certain decisions that we make about our moral conduct is going to produce a certain result. So for example, if we're bitter, harsh, and hostile in our speech, then people are going to tend to be bitter, harsh, and hostile back with us, because whatever we put out, that's what's going to come back to us. So what he's teaching you in the moral conduct is he's teaching you how to ensure that as you conduct yourself and make wise decisions about your moral conduct, then you'll experience wholesome results coming back to you. Because as long as you lack wisdom of your moral conduct, you'll make unwise decisions, and you'll put that out, and then you'll see people will be, bitter, harsh, and hostile with you. You'll experience these unwholesome results coming back to you. So I'm going to walk you through that eventually when we get to that, because we're going to start with this foundational part of the wisdom section to build up your wisdom about this Eightfold Path. And then we're going to move into the moral conduct. Then we're going to talk about the mental discipline. And we're going to take a mid-morning break each morning. So I'll take a break, somewhere around 10:30 or 11, and you'll be able to stretch your legs and things like this and go get a snack. But if you're interested interested in using the bathroom at any time, we have a bathroom in the back of the room. Feel free to get up and use that in the very back of the room. There's bathrooms outside the classroom. If you go out to the parking lot, you'll see signs that'll take you around to the main bathroom. We even have water and snacks here that is provided by our students. So feel free to make yourself comfortable as we're talking and we're discussing the teachings, and get up and feel free to move around and do whatever it is that you need to do. Okay, so I'm going to start with this right view to be able to help you understand the foundation. If you didn't understand right view, you would have no ability to make any progress on the path to enlightenment whatsoever. So I'm going to use the words of the Buddha to help you with this, and then I'm going to walk you through it. Okay, so here's the words of the Buddha when he talks about right view in the Eightfold Path. He says, "In what, monks, is right view? It is, monks, the wisdom of discontentedness, the wisdom of the cause of discontentedness, the wisdom of the elimination of discontentedness, and the wisdom of the way of practice leading to the elimination of discontentedness. This is called right view." So this is a teaching where he's pointing to what's called the Four Noble Truths. The Eightfold Path is a core central teaching where his other teachings integrate into it. And he's got this teaching called the Four Noble Truths, which is the very beginning teaching that he shares. And in the Four Noble Truths, you understand the problem in the unenlightened mind, the cause of that problem, the elimination of it, and the path forward. And here in the Eightfold Path, he's pointing to that teaching and he's saying that is right view. And then what you would do is you would go learn the Four Noble Truths. So underneath of this line, I've got the top section of the Four Noble Truths to be able to help you build confidence that yes, what the Buddha is teaching here in the Eightfold Path is right view is the Four Noble Truths. That just helps you to see that yes, there is this connection between the Four Noble Truths and the Eightfold Path. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to teach you the Four Noble Truths. It's going to take me about 45 minutes to walk you through and help you to understand this. And this is where you can have a real breakthrough to finally understanding what's causing the discontent feelings in your mind. You can have this breakthrough where you understand what's causing the anger and sadness and frustration and all these other discontent feelings. Right now, if you think other people are causing you to be angry, you're going to be able to independently verify that that's not true. And you're going to be able to see the truth. Because how could you ever eliminate your anger and sadness and frustration and stress and anxiety if you didn't understand what was causing it? So the Buddha starts you off with his very first teaching of helping you understand what's causing these feelings so that then you can actually eliminate them. So this is the words of the Buddha in the Eightfold Path. This is the top section of the Four Noble Truths, just to help you build confidence that the Buddha did indeed point to the Four Noble Truths and say that is right view. And then now I'm going to help you to understand the Four Noble Truths. In order to help you understand the Four Noble Truths, I need to first help you understand the three universal truths. So these are referred to as the three universal truths and the Four Noble Truths. The three universal truths are building blocks to help you understand the Four Noble Truths. You wouldn't be able to understand the Four Noble Truths if you didn't understand the three universal truths. We call them truths because the Buddha knew that they were true. I know that they're true. Other people know that they're true, but in order for you to benefit, you need to know that they're true. And that's why you need to be able to listen to the teachings with eager ears. If you were to just sit back and relax and, just surf the internet while you're learning, or if you're online, like watching a YouTube video while you're learning with me as well, you're not going to be able to understand the teachings and get the real benefit. The Buddha talks about learning with eager ears, where you're actively listening and actively involved in the learning process. That's how you get to wisdom. So I'm going to walk you through this in a way that you can learn it, investigate it, examine it. You can reflect on it to independently verify it, and then you can practice it. And by you doing the work, you'll be able to ultimately get to wisdom so that you know that these are truths. That's what you're going to need to be able to get to. So this first universal truth of impermanence is teaching you that things are constantly changing, that there isn't a fixed state with all these material things around you, that essentially everything in the world around you is arising, it's changing, and it's fading away. This is called a conditioned object. And everything that you can see, everything you hear, everything you smell, every flavor that touches your tongue, every physical object that comes in contact with the body, and any thoughts that you experience in the mind, thoughts or ideas, these are all impermanent. They arise, they change, and they fade away. This is called a conditioned object. And then there's something called an unconditioned object. An unconditioned object doesn't arise, it doesn't change, and it doesn't fade away. And things like enlightenment are an unconditioned object. It doesn't arise, it doesn't change, and it doesn't fade away. If your mind is enlightened, it's permanently enlightened. That's why you'll never experience anger ever again by the time the mind gets to enlightenment. The natural laws of existence, they are unconditioned, that they don't arise, they don't change, and they don't fade away. This is why the teachings of the Buddha from 2,500 years ago are just as applicable today as they were 2,500 years ago, because he's explaining to you the way the world is. He's explaining to you these natural laws. The Buddha didn't explain the way the world should be, and if everybody follows these rules and commandments, then the world will become a peaceful place. He's explaining to you the way the world is, because when you are in a world that you don't understand, you will struggle and you will have difficulties. If you've ever watched the news or you ever heard something about a family member doing something and you're like, I just don't understand why he keeps doing that, or I don't understand why she keeps doing that. If you've had those thoughts, that's because you're living in a world that you don't understand. If you learn the natural laws of existence, you can understand the way the world is. And that's what the Buddha is teaching you. And he's getting started with that here with the universal truth of impermanence. He's explaining to you the way the world is. And the way the world is that everything around you is impermanent. Everything you see, hear, smell, things that touch the tongue in terms of flavors, physical objects that the body comes in contact with, or any thoughts or ideas that go through your mind. Everything around you is impermanent. Okay? It arises, it changes, and it fades away. So now that's the learning part, right? That's the part where you're examining it and investigating it. Now let's do the reflection, right? Because I mentioned to you, don't believe anything that I say. Don't believe anything that's in books. Don't believe anything anybody else says. You need to be able to independently verify whether this is true or false. Because if it's a universal truth, you can independently verify it. Nothing in the teachings of the Buddha is based on belief. So now what I just shared with you, explaining the universal truth of impermanence, you try to independently verify it. And here's how you do it. You take things that you're familiar with. You're familiar with this human body, right? You ask yourself, is this human body permanent or is it impermanent? If this human body is permanent, then that means it's constantly the same and it never changes. If this human body is impermanent, then that means it's constantly changing. So what would you say? Is this human body permanent or impermanent? Well, it's impermanent, right? It's constantly changing. From the moment of conception, where the egg and the sperm comes together, this body is constantly changing, right? We get moles, we get pimples, our hair grows, we get gray hair, we lose our hair, our skin tone, our complexion changes, we get a little bit of fat here and there. Some of us more than others, right? We have this constant change. Our fingernails grow, our teeth come in, then they fall out, then new teeth come in, we get cavities. This is constant change, right? So what we're doing is we're looking around the world through our reflection to try to see, is things around us impermanent? Because if we can find something that's permanent around us, then you've disproven this. So ask yourself about your relationships. Are your relationships permanent or impermanent? If they're permanent, that means you've had exactly the same people in your life your entire life. Or if they're impermanent, then that means you've had people coming and going in and out of your life throughout your entire life. So are your relationships permanent or impermanent? They're impermanent, right? They're constantly changing. What about your bank account? Is your bank account permanent or impermanent? It's impermanent, right? It's going up and down, right? Some people's goes down, 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 down. Is that what you said, Paul? Yours is going down, 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 down. Some go up, 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 right? It's constantly changing, right? What about the weather? Is the weather permanent or impermanent? It's impermanent, right? It's constantly changing, right? So we can keep going on and on and on and on. And if that's what you need to do that. You need to soak this into the mind and be able to see that everything around you is impermanent. So when you're walking down the sidewalk and you see a crack in the sidewalk, that's impermanence, right? The sidewalk can't be permanently one solid structure. That crack in the sidewalk is impermanent. Here in Thailand, the sidewalks are very impermanent. Some of them go up and down, right? You have different, heights of sidewalk as you're walking. Some roads have sidewalks, some roads don't, right? That's impermanence. You can look at the walls of the temple and see there's holes and marks and different colors of paint on the wall. You can look at the wood planks on the floor and see that there's different colors of wood planks and different lengths of wood planks, right? So you guys at home, you guys can do the same thing. You can look around you and you can independently verify that this is a universal truth. Everything around you is impermanent. Everything you see, hear, smell, taste, comes in contact with the body, any thoughts through the mind, all these things are impermanent. Okay, so this is the first universal truth. The second universal truth is called discontentedness. This is where the Buddha explains to you the unenlightened mind, and he helps you understand what the problem is in the unenlightened mind. There are certain conditioned feelings that are experienced. If you look in the original teachings of the Buddha, he uses the word dukkha. This is the Pali word that is used. Some people translate this word dukkha to suffering, but I don't use this word. So if you've actually studied the teachings of the Buddha in other places, you might have heard people refer to this as suffering. I don't translate it as suffering because when the Buddha explains what dukkha is, you will see that it's more accurately translated to discontent, discontented, or discontentedness. So I'm going to explain to you what the Buddha teaches about dukkha, and then I'm going to circle back and explain to you why I don't use the word suffering, and I think you'll understand it at that point. So this universal truth of discontentedness is explaining to you what the unenlightened mind experiences, that it experiences pleasant feelings, painful feelings, and neither painful nor pleasant. So pleasant feelings are things like happiness, excitement, elation, thrill, exhilaration, euphoria. These are very pleasant for the mind to experience. Then there's painful feelings like anger, sadness, frustration, irritation, annoyance, guilt, shame, fear, stress, anxiety, and others. These are very painful for you to experience. Then there's neither painful nor pleasant. And I put boredom and loneliness here, but some people say, hey, that's painful. And okay, you can put that in the painful category if you like, but shyness is probably a good example. That it's not painful, it's not pleasant, it's neither painful nor pleasant. Or if you were sitting on public transportation and somebody you didn't know came and sat really close to you and your body was touching their body, you'd probably say, it's not painful, it's not pleasant, you're kind of like uncomfortable, you're kind of dissatisfied in that situation. So that's what neither painful nor pleasant is, where the mind is just uncomfortable and dissatisfied. It's not fulfilled, right? It's neither painful nor pleasant. So these are the three feelings that you will experience in the unenlightened mind. And these are what's called conditioned feelings, meaning the mind is experiencing this feeling based on some condition. There's going to be some condition present, and then the mind's going to experience this feeling. So for example, you might wake up in the morning and you see it's sunny outside, and you get so happy and so excited because you can go outside and you can play and you can go hiking and do those things outside that you've been wanting to do for a really long time, and you get so excited. This is a conditioned feeling. The happiness is conditioned on the sun, that because there's the sun, I will now be happy. The mind will now be happy. But the problem with this conditional happiness is it's temporary. It arises, it changes, and it fades away because it's based on a condition of the sun. And the sun is not permanent. So when it rains, you will get sad or frustrated or agitated or annoyed or some other painful feeling. So if you allow the mind to get these conditioned pleasant feelings, then it's going to experience the painful ones as well. An enlightened being doesn't experience this. An enlightened mind is beyond this. They're experiencing unconditioned happiness or unconditioned joy, where they were already happy before they ever woke up in the morning. And then when they see it's sunny outside, it's like, sweet, we're going to go hiking. I'm going to call my friends who've been interested in doing this hike for a long time. Let's go do the hike. It's sunny outside. But if you went and took a shower as an enlightened being and you came back and you saw it was raining, it's like, all right, well, it's raining, no big deal. Maybe we'll go to the movies. Maybe I'll invite my friends over for dinner. Maybe I'll just stay home and read a book. No big deal. You'll maintain your joy, maintain your peacefulness. Because you didn't base your happiness on the sun, when the sun changed, you're not going to be sad or frustrated or agitated or annoyed. But as an unenlightened being, if you're experiencing conditioned feelings, you can only be happy if certain conditions are met, right? If it's sunny outside, if my bank account is this, if my boss does this, if mom and dad do this, if these particular things happen, then I will be happy, right? And the more expectations, the more, which you're going to learn about here in a moment, craving, desire, attachments that are in the mind, the less and less amount of time that you can be happy. And that happiness is ultimately dissatisfying because it arises, it changes, and it fades away. But the enlightened mind is beyond this. It's experiencing unconditioned mental qualities of peace and joy and other qualities that are in the mind, because the mind's been purified of the causes and conditions that are producing these discontent feelings. So this is the Buddha's description of what the unenlightened mind is experiencing: pleasant feelings, painful feelings, and neither painful nor pleasant. So that's the learning. That's the intellectual part. But now you do the individual reflection to independently verify this. So you know that your mind is unenlightened, so you can ask yourself, does this accurately describe what you experience? Do you experience conditioned feelings, where there's pleasant feelings, painful feelings, and neither painful nor pleasant? Does your mind get happy based on some condition? Right? You get a new boyfriend or girlfriend, you're happy. You get a new job, you're happy. Your mom calls you to check in and say hello, you're happy, you're excited. There's going to be some condition. You get a raise or a promotion at work, you're so happy, right? But then you get fired from work, or you get laid off, or something like this, and you're sad or frustrated. Or you, your boyfriend or your girlfriend break up, and now you're sad or angry or frustrated. Or your life partner goes away on a business trip, and now you're missing them, right? All of these feelings, they're not caused by love, which you guys are going to learn as part of this course. These feelings are being caused by something in the mind that we're going to talk about here in a minute. It's not love that's causing you to be upset or angry in these kinds of situations, and it's not the other person. But the Buddha here is describing what the unenlightened mind is experiencing is pleasant feelings, painful feelings, and neither painful nor pleasant. So you can independently verify this, that your mind is experiencing these three feelings. And if there's a certain feeling that you experience that doesn't fit into one of these three categories, you can let me know and we can talk about it. But if all the feelings that you experience do fit into these three categories, then you can independently verify that yes, this accurately describes the unenlightened mind. So some people refer to this as suffering. You might hear this if you learn the teachings of the Buddha in other places. I think that the word suffering accurately describes the painful feelings. Like when you're angry, when you're sad, when you're frustrated, you could probably say you are suffering. But those pleasant feelings, if your mom calls you and you get so excited that your mom calls you, you're probably not going to say you're suffering, right? Or if your boss gives you a raise and you get so excited and happy based on your raise, you probably wouldn't say you're suffering in that situation. Or if that person you don't know comes and sits close to you on the bus and your body is touching their body, you probably wouldn't say you were suffering. Your mind's discontent. It's discontented or experiencing discontentedness. Have you ever been so excited you like tripped and fell and had some kind of mishap like that? That's the discontentedness, the mind shaken up. That's what the Buddha is talking about here. You weren't suffering in that situation. You might have even started laughing when you fell down, right? Your mind's just shaken up in that situation. It's discontent, right? And you're unable to make wise decisions when your mind is discontent. When your mind's shaken up, you're not going to make wise decisions. So the word suffering only describes 33% or 1/3 of what the Buddha was talking about on this important topic. So if you use the word suffering, you're going to be missing 66% of his teachings on this important topic. And if you're missing 66% of someone's teachings, you're not going to be able to get to enlightenment and get to the ultimate goal. So by using the word discontent, discontented, or discontentedness, it brings your mind to the full understanding of the full spectrum of feelings that the mind experiences in the unenlightened state. You're ultimately going to need to be able to see these conditioned pleasant feelings as just as much of the problem as the painful ones. And remember, we're talking about conditioned feelings. Based on some condition, the mind will get happy. But in the unenlightened state, you can only experience the happiness when those conditions are present. But what you're doing on the path to enlightenment is you're purifying the mind of that, where you can get to happiness all the time, where you can be happy and joyful all the time, where you don't experience conditional happiness. Because with conditional happiness, the mind goes up and down and up and down. That's essentially what the Buddha is explaining here with discontentedness, is that the mind goes up and down and up and down and up and down. Sure, you'll have calmness and peacefulness here and there, but it's only a matter of time before you get agitated or annoyed about something. It's only a matter of time. So this is the actual problem in the unenlightened mind. And now I'm going to move to the next universal truth. But ultimately, you're going to need to know these for the Four Noble Truths, which I'm going to explain to you in a moment. The next universal truth is called the universal truth of non-self. This is actually a solution to one of the problems that the Buddha discovered in the mind. As I mentioned earlier, there's these 10 fetters, these 10 individual pollutions. And more, you'll get familiar with what all these 10 pollutions are. You're going to need to know the symptoms of them. You're going to need to know the remedy and how to fix it. You're going to need to know how to apply that remedy. You're going to need to know how to determine that you've eliminated this. And this is something I'm going to be teaching in a retreat next month in August. I'm going to teach you what is the fetters, how to eliminate it, how to know that you've actually eliminated it, and all the symptoms and things like this about each individual fetter. But now let me just introduce you to this first fetter called personal existence view, because this universal truth of non-self is the solution to personal existence view. What personal existence view is where the mind is having a misunderstanding. It's having confusion. It's having misperception. The unenlightened mind thinks that this body is you, or the mind is you. So the mind clings to a self-image, wanting to be perceived by others in the world in a certain way. Or it clings to the self-identity, holding on to this identity. And now you'll get shaken up in certain situations. So if you're clinging to this body, thinking that this is you, there's a certain self-image that the mind wants to be perceived by others in a certain way. So now when you spill spaghetti sauce on your clothing and you get embarrassed, this is your personal existence view, because you're not being perceived by others in the way that you want to be perceived. Or if you look in the mirror and you see a mole or a pimple or a wrinkle or a gray hair and you get shaken up by that, this is because of personal existence view. The mind thinks that this body is you, you're clinging to it, you want to be perceived by others in a certain way, and that mole or that pimple or that wrinkle or that gray hair, or maybe even if you're losing your hair, you're getting a little bit of fat here and there, then you're not being perceived in the world the way you want to be perceived, and now the mind's shaken up by this. And if you hear somebody say something agreeable to you, like, wow, you look so beautiful, that shirt really brings out the colors of your eyes, or, oh, you're so handsome, I really like that hairstyle, oh, you're so handsome, you'll get these conditioned pleasant feelings based on the condition that somebody is complimenting you. But it's only a matter of time before somebody says something negative and degrading and disparaging about this body. And if they say something negative and degrading and disparaging, you'll feel the painful feelings that now, because your mind's clinging to this self-image, this body, thinking that this is who you are, now you'll feel the painful feelings. And you can't control what other people say and what other people do. So if your mind is clinging to this body, when you hear that disagreeable speech, now when somebody says something degrading about this body, you'll be experiencing painful feelings. And then the same thing is happening with the self-identity. There's certain identity that the mind is holding on to, thinking that this is you. So if you're maybe in a certain culture, a certain ethnicity, a certain nationality, maybe a certain sexual orientation or a job or occupation, you might be clinging to this as who you are, as your identity. And now when that's intact, you might feel comfortable or whole, but then when those things are changing, because they will change, your mind will be shaken up by that. So for example, say you're in a job or occupation and you think in your mind, I am a police officer, right? Or I am a lawyer, right? And now when you're doing that job, you feel great. But 10 years, 20 years, you retire, or maybe you get injured, and now you're not doing that job anymore. And now you feel like less of a person. You don't feel whole anymore because you're not doing that job anymore. And you identified with that's who you are as a person. Or say you cling to the identity of I am American, or I am Polish, or I am German, or any of this I am related to your nationality, your culture, maybe I am Chinese, right? Any of this I am. Well, if somebody compliments you and says, wow, all Indian people are loving and kind and friendly, or, all Polish people are so fun to be around, or whatever, if you identify that way, you'll get excited, you'll get happy. But then it's only a matter of time. You're at a restaurant, and 2 tables over, somebody's being negative and degrading and disparaging about Polish people or Indian people or Chinese people. And now 2 tables over, you hear that and you identify with I am American, and they're talking about me, right? So your mind clinging to any kind of identity, it's going to get shaken up. Or say you've been in a relationship with a boyfriend or girlfriend, and you identify with I am a boyfriend or I am a girlfriend. And when you guys are together, you feel okay, you feel good. But then when you break up and now you're single, your mind doesn't identify that way. And you might have thought the way to solve this problem is to hurry up and get right back into another relationship. So sometimes when you break up from a relationship, you might feel this overwhelming urge to hurry up and get right back into another relationship because the mind identifies with I am a boyfriend, I am a girlfriend, I am a husband, I am a wife. And now when you're not that anymore, your mind struggles in the world. And the mind, with its lack of wisdom, it thinks the way to solve this is to hurry up and get right back into another relationship. But that's not actually going to solve the problem. The real problem is this personal existence view, this pollution of mind, where the mind is clinging to the body and it's clinging to the mind. It's clinging to the self-image. It's clinging to the self-identity, thinking that this is who you are. And what the Buddha is teaching you in the universal truth of non-self is he's saying, this isn't you. This isn't who you are. This body is just physical structures that are constantly changing. This isn't you. And if you cling to it, wanting it to be permanent, when you experience that wrinkle or that mole or that pimple, you'll be shaken up by it. Or if you cling to any particular self-identity, like I am a police officer, or I am American, or I am a Buddhist teacher, or I am a boyfriend, I'm a girlfriend. If you cling to that as think that's who you are, when you experience change because of impermanence, you'll be shaken up by it. So the Buddha is teaching you that that is not who you are. This body is not you. This mind is not you. There is a body and there is a mind, and they've come together for this existence. And we refer to this as a person or a human being, but this isn't who you are. If you define who you are as a person through your body and through the mind, then you're going to be shaken up when you either have agreeable or disagreeable contact related to that. So this universal truth of non-self is bringing to your awareness that this is not who you are. But the challenge is that the mind has this confusion, this misunderstanding, that in a situation where somebody is bitter, harsh, and hostile, and they're talking negatively and degrading about this body, you will be shaken up by that. Okay, so the universal truth of non-self is teaching you to eradicate and eliminate any clinging or holding on to this body as who you are, or this mind as who you are. Okay, so this is a little introduction to this particular teaching. Sometimes people are challenged to be able to understand this when they first get started. So if that's the case, don't worry. There's going to be plenty of other opportunities and various courses and retreats to understand this one. But even at this introductory level, you can independently verify that there is no self. So I've taught you that you learn something, you investigate it, you examine it, you reflect on it to independently verify it, and then you practice it. So let's reflect on this universal truth of non-self so you can independently verify it and see that it's true. Here's how you do that. Think about yourself when you were a child, when you were a teenager, early adulthood, and then now. Think about yourself, your personality, your character, different ways that you thought about yourself. Has it been constantly the same throughout this entire time frame, or has it been changing throughout your life? It's been changing, right? You can see there's no permanent self, that even the way you view yourself has actually changed throughout your life. Here's another way. say your arm is amputated and you only have one hand and one arm, are you less of a person? Shaking your head, no. Are you less of a person? No, you're not less of a person, right? So intellectually, you understand this body is not you. Because if I asked you that question and you said, yes, I am less of a person, that's because you think that this body is you. But intellectually, you understand this body is not you. Because if your arm is amputated and you only have one hand and one arm, you said that, no, I'm not less of a person. So intellectually, you understand that this body isn't you. But the mind's confusion, the mind's misunderstanding is that the mind thinks that this body is you, because in a situation where somebody says something degrading and disparaging about this body and this appearance, you get shaken up by it. That's the confusion of the mind. So intellectually, you understand this body is not you, but the mind gets confused and has this misunderstanding and misperception in the heat of the moment when somebody's saying something about this body. And here's a third way you can independently verify this. Is sometimes I ask students, I say, point to yourself. Where are you? Can you point? Where are you? Yeah, that's the way usually people point here or they point here, right? Okay, so I suggest, look at what you're pointing to. You're pointing to a shirt. That's what you're pointing to, right? So if I took off my shirt and I held it up, is that you? Is that me? Is that who I am? Am I the shirt? That shirt you're wearing? Is that you? Is that who you are? No, that's not you, right? So let's throw the shirt away. That's not you. Okay, so where are you? Someone might point. Well, what are you pointing to? You're pointing to skin. Is that who you are? That skin? So if we took off the skin and held it up and pointed to it, is that you? Is that who you are? That's not you either, right? So, okay, we throw away the skin. All right, where are you? Someone might point again. Okay, we've got ribs, we've got muscle tissue, we've got organs, we've got fluid. There's all those bits and pieces and parts, but none of that is you. But the mind has this confusion. It keeps thinking that this is you. So it keeps clinging to it. It keeps holding on to it. And then you get shaken up in situations where people are saying either agreeable or disagreeable things about the body or about the mind. Right? So this is how you can independently verify that there is no self. There's nothing here that can be identified as a self. But the problem is that the mind's going to keep grasping for it. It's going to keep looking for it. It's going to say, well, if I'm not the body and I'm not the mind, then what am I? Well, there is no you there. That's what the Buddha says. There is no you there. There is a body, there is a mind, but the mind needs to get to a point where it doesn't identify with this as who you are. And this takes training. It takes time to gradually work towards that. So I'm going to pause here and see what questions you guys have. You're welcome to ask any and all questions before we move into understanding the Four Noble Truths. Remember, here at the temple, if you guys could use the microphones, and those of you guys online, you can put it into Facebook, YouTube, or Zoom, or in Zoom, you can electronically raise your hand and open up your mic and ask any questions that you like. So it looks like you have a question.
Testing. Are there people alive now that are enlightened, or is the Buddha the only enlightened one that's ever existed?
Yeah, there's people alive now that are enlightened. So during the lifetime of the Buddha, he attained enlightenment by himself. This is one of the things that makes a Buddha, is that they get to enlightenment by themselves without the help of any teachers or any guides. They then dedicate the rest of their life to sharing their independently discovered teachings with countless people, and countless people get to enlightenment during that person's lifetime, because the Buddha has deep wisdom of how to get to enlightenment. And then they preserve their teachings in such a way that countless more people get to enlightenment after their death. So during the lifetime of the Buddha, him and countless other people were enlightened. And then after his death, countless more people have gotten to enlightenment since then. We are at this low point in society where his teachings have practically disappeared, and there's not massive number of enlightened beings like there was during the lifetime of the Buddha, but there are enlightened beings that exist today. But an enlightened being is not going to tell you that they're enlightened. So you shouldn't expect that someone's going to walk up to you and tell you that they're enlightened. If somebody does, that's the best way to know someone's not enlightened, is if they tell you that they are enlightened. Because an enlightened being wouldn't have ego and arrogance. They wouldn't be walking around bragging and being boastful that they're enlightened. They're not going to have a desire for you to know that they're enlightened. Their mind is peaceful and joyful, and they're just going to go about their life. So you wouldn't have an enlightened being, and a truly enlightened being wouldn't walk up to you and say, by the way, I'm enlightened. Okay, so what? If you're so enlightened, go be enlightened, go be peaceful, go be joyful, right? So yes, there are people that are enlightened today.
Okay, and one more follow-up question. I have a background in science, so, and I don't believe all of like the whole cult around science, but I'm sure at some point, like people who follow Buddhist teachings thought about a way to measure enlightenment. Is that a good way to think about it, or has that idea been passed around, and is it actually done?
Yeah, there's four individual stages of enlightenment. The mind's actually enlightened when you get to the fourth stage, and you can actually see that your mind has attained enlightenment. An individual will know for themselves that they've attained enlightenment, and people who know what enlightenment is and or have attained it, they can tell when other people are enlightened. It's possible to determine that. You don't need to walk around and try to determine if people are enlightened. But if you're studying with a teacher, you would like to know that they're either enlightened or very close to it. So it does help to know how to determine if someone's enlightened or not. And you can do this through the observation of a person's mind and their mannerisms and their conduct and the way they interact in the world, the condition of their mind. You can tell whether someone's enlightened or not. Nowadays, science is researching these kinds of things and terms of like CAT scans and MRIs, because when you're training the mind and the brain are two different things. But when you're training the mind, it does affect the brain. And now with CAT scans and MRIs and things like this, we can actually see the changes that are occurring in the brain when you're training the mind. So there's people that are starting to look at this and figure out how to kind of measure these kinds of things. But we know enough about enlightenment that it's possible to determine whether someone else is enlightened or not, if you know what enlightenment is and how to determine it. So people here in Thailand, there's people that know how to determine whether someone's enlightened or not.
And last question, why are enlightened beings an exception to the rule of impermanence?
So what the universal truth of impermanence is saying is that all conditioned objects are going to arise, change, and fade away. So there's not an exception for enlightened beings that there's an exception to impermanence. What impermanence is explaining is conditioned objects will arise, change, and fade away. And what a conditioned object is any material thing in the world, anything you see, hear, smell, taste, anything that comes in contact with the body, or any thoughts or ideas through the mind. This is all impermanence. And an enlightened being will experience impermanence all around you. But the mind of an enlightened being is what's called unconditioned. It's been purified of all the conditions that are causing it to experience discontentedness. So a unconditioned object, it doesn't arise, it doesn't change, and it doesn't fade away. So by the time you've gotten to enlightenment, you've purified your mind of the causes and conditions that are producing discontentedness. So that's why an enlightened being won't experience any anger or sadness or frustration. The mental qualities that they're experiencing are permanent because they're unconditioned. There's no condition that's causing the peace and the joy in the enlightened mind. So therefore, there's nothing that can occur that's going to take that peace and joy out of the enlightened mind. Does that make sense for you? Yeah. So the Buddha here, what I'm saying that, where do I say it? I say everything in the world is constantly changing. And when I say everything in the world, I mean all the material objects. But enlightenment and the natural laws of existence, they're unconditioned. So those, I don't describe them as in the world because they're not a material object. But these are unconditioned objects that don't arise, don't change, and don't fade away. So the Buddha said all conditioned objects are of a nature to decay, meaning that they constantly change. So he didn't say that everything, is impermanent. He said essentially everything in the world is impermanent. All material objects are impermanent, where there are things that are permanent, like enlightenment in the natural laws themselves. Mm-hmm. Did I see you have a question?
Yeah, thank you, David. I've got a practical question related to the third universal truth, no self, realizing that there's no permanent self. So I really used to be attached to people thinking, I wanted people to think that I was pretty. And I've been gradually letting go of that. It's just amazing how efficient it is actually. But I caught a new attachment that's like deeper. I want people to perceive me as someone who's well groomed, clean, or at least like decently groomed. And like, what should I do? Should I start walking around like smelling bad? And then it's like a dilemma. And then I also see you, and you look very like clean, put together. So please guide me on this if you could.
Yeah. So it's important to not take pleasure when somebody says, "Oh, wow, you smell so great," right? If you get pleasant feelings from that, then when somebody walks by, I'm like, "What's that smell?" You're going to get painful feelings when those kinds of things are happening. So when you learn the whole Eightfold Path, which I think you've learned last course, you can apply the mental discipline to cut off and let go of any arising conditioned pleasant feelings. So then you won't experience the painful ones. And I know right now you're working on eliminating personal existence view. And the more that you let that go, this will also be eliminated too, where you don't have this craving for people to perceive you in a certain way, because people are going to judge you, right? You can't change that. That's their mind choosing to do that. But just understand that that's harming them. It's not harming you. So if you can get to a point where you're not craving for other people to perceive you in a certain way, this is where you can experience more peace. So you're going to need an accumulation of the breathing mindfulness meditation and generosity, which I typically talk about. When the discontentedness is arising, you're going to need to cut that off and let that go. And then more and more, the mind can gain its peacefulness, and it's not wanting to be perceived in the world in a certain way. And doing those things in chapter 16 of volume 1 will help you.
Okay. Thank you, teacher David.
Yeah, you're welcome. Okay, let me see if we have anything online. Any questions here? By the way, for those of you guys here, if you would like to adjust the temperature or the fans or anything like this, there's remote controls in the back of the room on the top shelf on the right. So you guys are welcome to adjust the air conditioning and the fans and all this kind of stuff. Feel free to make yourself comfortable with that kind of stuff. I have remotes up here, but I don't need to be the one to control all the different stuff. So feel free to adjust that as you guys like. Okay, so now that you guys are starting to understand the 3 universal truths, now I'm going to teach you one more building block in order to understand the 4 noble truths. And this is the definition of craving, desire, attachment. What this is this is the mind's longing and yearning, chasing after the objects of your affection, wanting things to be a certain way. The mind thinks that the next new shiny object waiting around the corner is going to provide some kind of lasting satisfaction. So the mind chases after it and chases after it and chases after it. It's like a longing, a yearning. The mind's pulling in the direction of the objects of its affection. It's like an unquenchable thirst. The mind, when it feels a certain way or it has these cravings, desires, attachments, it's like, I know what's going to solve all my problems. More money. That's what it is. Let me chase more money. I want more money. That'll fix everything. So the mind chases and chases and chases. Or I know what it is. It's a new car, a new house. That's what it is. Let me chase that for a while. Or I know what it is. I need a boyfriend or a girlfriend. That's what I need. Let me chase one of those for a while. Oh, more jewelry. That's what I need. That's what's going to make everything better. So the mind chases. It's like an unquenchable thirst. The mind's pulling towards the objects of its affection. These are described as craving, desire, attachment, or wants or expectations, grasping, holding, yearning, longing. If you've ever been in the mall and you've been walking through the mall and you're like, oh, a new pair of shoes. Oh, yes, that's so wonderful. Let me get those new shoes. Oh, that's going to be perfect. Or new jewelry, or a new computer, or a new phone. Oh, this is going to make everything better. I just need that so badly. Oh, I want that so badly. That's the craving, desire, attachment. Okay. You guys familiar with what I'm talking about? Right? This is what the mind's doing in the unenlightened state. Okay. So this is a building block to help you now understand the 4 noble truths. Okay. So now I'm going to take you into understanding the problem in the unenlightened mind, the cause of it, the elimination of it, and the path forward. This is where you can have a breakthrough. You can fully understand through independent verification what's causing these discontent feelings. And then you can actually eliminate them. Without this, you wouldn't be able to understand anything the Buddha teaches you. So as we go, I'm going to walk you through it in a way that you can learn it investigating it, examining it, you can reflect on it, and then you can practice it. And then we'll open up to questions too. And I'm going to give you examples so you can understand it. So the first noble truth is explaining to you the problem that the Buddha discovered. The problem is that everyone that is unenlightened will experience discontentedness. So the problem is those conditioned feelings, the conditioned pleasant feelings, painful feelings, and neither painful nor pleasant. This is the problem, that the mind's going up and down and up and down and up and down. The mind can't be calm always, that it's going up and down, it's shaken up, it's unsteady, it's uncalm. That's the problem. The second noble truth is explaining the cause of this problem. The cause of discontentedness is your own craving, desire, attachment, because the mind wants things to be permanent, when in reality, everything in the world around you is impermanent. So I'm going to explain this a few times, and I'm going to give you some examples. So discontentedness, those pleasant feelings, painful feelings, and neither painful nor pleasant, is caused by craving, desire, attachment, the longing, the yearning, the chasing after the objects of your affection. And if the mind, and what the mind wants is it wants permanence. It's craving, it's desiring, it's longing, it's wanting things to be permanent. And if it gets what it wants, it gets happy. It gets excited. It gets pleasant feelings. But if the mind doesn't get what it wants, it gets those painful feelings, the sadness, anger, frustration, and others. This is the cause. What's causing it is the craving, the desire, the attachment, the longing, the yearning. And if the mind gets what it wants, it gets pleasant feelings. If it doesn't get what it wants, it gets painful feelings. So now that's a little bit of the learning on the second noble truth. Now, let me give you some examples to help you, okay? So think back to the time when you had that boyfriend or girlfriend. You got so excited, so happy. Oh my goodness, somebody's showing me affection. Someone's contacting me. Somebody's interested in spending time with me. They're inviting me to the movies. We're going out to dinner. Oh, we're going to the park and we're taking these nice walks in the park. Oh, we're having such great conversations. It's so wonderful. You might even be having intimate contact with each other. Oh, everything couldn't be more perfect at the beginning of the relationship, right? There's all these conditional pleasant feelings based on the condition of I've got this partner, I'm now going to be happy, because there's this longing and yearning in the mind. But now as time goes on, the expectations grow and grow and grow. You want things from them and they want things from you. There's these cravings, these desires, and they're not getting fulfilled. And now, because the mind's not getting what it wants, it experiences the anger and the sadness and the frustration and all these other discontent feelings. When you guys break up, you might be lonely, or you might be bored, or you might be angry or frustrated or agitated. This is because the mind's craving permanence. It's wanting this relationship to be permanent, when in reality it was always impermanent. But the mind didn't have the wisdom to understand that. It didn't understand the universal truth of impermanence back then. The mind was craving permanence. It was wanting this boyfriend or girlfriend to be permanent in your life. And when the mind was confronted with this impermanence, it didn't understand it. And the mind was holding on. So you were angry or frustrated or lonely or bored, or you were missing this person. So the mind was holding on and holding on and holding on, right? So at some point, you might have said, you know what? If he wants to be with another person, so be it. If she wants to be with someone else, so be it. If they want to move to another part of the country, so be it. In your mind, let them go, right? But as long as your mind was holding on, as long as you were having craving, desire, attachment, craving the permanence, your mind was experiencing discontentedness. This is the craving, the desire, the mind craving permanence. It's not the boyfriend or girlfriend that's causing your mind to be angry or frustrated or sad. It's your own mind causing this. It's the craving, the desire, the attachment, the wanting permanence. Here's another example. If you ever bought a brand new car or some other brand new object, say you got this perfect car, it's the perfect sports car or 4x4 truck or whatever it is that you want, that's the perfect car for you. You saved all your money, you worked really hard, and you bought this car, and you drive off the dealer's parking lot and you feel so accomplished and so successful. And now you go park your car at the front of a store and you go inside to purchase something, and you come outside and there's a scratch across your car. Oh my goodness, so frustrated, right? It's not the scratch that's causing the frustration. And it's not the person who scratched your car. They're not the one who's causing this. What's causing the frustration or the anger, whatever feeling you're experiencing, is the mind's craving permanence. It's wanting this car to look permanently beautiful. Right? This car can't be permanently beautiful. It's just not possible. The paint's going to fade. The upholstery is going to get ripped and torn. The tires are going to need to be changed. This is all just impermanence. But the mind in the unenlightened state, with the lack of the universal truth of impermanence, with that lack of wisdom, the mind will crave permanence. And as long as your mind's craving permanence, when you're confronted with impermanence, you won't like it. Right? So a way to say that the mind craves permanence is to say that the mind does not like impermanence. The unenlightened mind doesn't like change. When things are changing, you don't like it. Think about your life. When you've moved locations, when you've changed jobs, when your boyfriend or girlfriends have changed, when your income has changed, your mind didn't like any of that change because it's craving permanence. So you can see this through your own life. So while we aspire not to ever scratch somebody's car, and that's what we would like to do, it's going to happen. Our car's going to get scratched. It's only a matter of time. It would be wonderful if nobody ever scratched our car, but that's not the world we live in. We live in an impermanent world. Remember, the Buddha is explaining to you the way the world is. He's not explaining to you the way the world should be. He's explaining to you the way the world is, right? And the way the world is that child's going to be pushing the cart through the shopping center. The wind's going to kick up and blow. And then next thing you know, they lost control of the cart and boom, you got a scratch on your car. It's going to happen. It's only a matter of time, right? And then you need to be able to respond to the situation. And that's a whole nother discussion. So we're not talking about what's wise or unwise in this situation, because it's wise to never scratch somebody's car. What we're talking about is what is causing this frustration? What is causing this anger? It's the craving for permanence, the mind's craving permanence, right? And you can see this in your relationships too. Since we're here to talk about harmony in relationships, when grandma and grandpa die, or mom or dad die, or brothers and sisters die, and you're sorrowful, when you're grieving, when you're sad, it's not the love that's causing that. The mind's craving for grandma and grandpa to be permanent. When they're alive, your craving is getting fulfilled and you feel happy. But when they die, you're confronted with this impermanence that the mind doesn't understand. And the mind's craving for them to be permanent. And now when you've confronted with this impermanence that they've died, the mind doesn't like it. And it gets angry or sad or frustrated or some other discontent feeling. The same thing happens in weddings. If you've ever been to a wedding and you've grieved at a wedding, or the people around you were grieving, same thing. The mind's holding on to brother or sister or your cousins or your friends or your family. And now when you see them going off into the world with somebody else, that's impermanence. And your mind's like, hold on, they're supposed to be with me. Why are they going with that person? The mind doesn't like this, right? Or like if you've been dropped off at university or college and you or your family was crying in this situation, this is the mind holding on. It's craving permanence. And when you're confronted with this impermanence of your child going away to school, it doesn't like it. So if you can think back to kindergarten, I don't know if you guys have ever been around kindergarten children when they go to school, like pre-K and kindergarten, boy, do they cry, right? Just cry and cry and cry and cry and cry because they thought mom and dad were permanent and here they need to go off to school, right? They've been at home with mom and dad for 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, and here they need to go off into the world, right? For maybe a week or two. They might do this every single day as they go to school, right? Because they're discontent. Their mind's craving permanence. It's not the love that's causing this. So we're going to talk about love on Wednesday. Here, the second noble truth is showing you that your mind is craving permanence. That's what's causing the discontent. It's within your own mind. Okay, so this is the intellectual learning. But now let's reflect, because you need to independently verify this. And you may have already started to do this as I'm talking, right? So think about a recent time where your mind has been discontent. Maybe this morning, maybe yesterday, maybe last week, where you were so happy or so excited, or you were angry or bitter or harsh or upset or some other discontent feeling. Look at that situation. Now, in that situation where you're experiencing anger and sadness and frustration, you might have been trying to blame somebody else, because this is what the unenlightened mind does. It will try to blame somebody else for your anger and your sadness and your frustration. And you might push people away. This is called aversion. You might be bitter, harsh, and hostile to people through your intentions, your speech, and your actions. Or you might try to put your expectations on people and try to control people to do things your way. This is what the mind does in the unenlightened state when it lacks wisdom of these teachings, is when you experience painful feelings, you will think it's from something external, and you will push people away, or you'll push the situation away, or you'll be bitter, harsh, and hostile with people, almost like an animal growling and roaring and showing its teeth and trying to fear somebody to do things your way. Or you might put your expectations on someone and try to control them to do things your way. You've been in arguments before, we all have, where we've adamantly been arguing with somebody, trying to convince them that they need to change their behavior because they're causing you to be angry. But now you've got more wisdom. You're starting to look at the Four Noble Truths. Look at these same situations where you were angry and you were upset, and you might have been blaming somebody else. But now look at it through these fresh eyes. There was something your mind wanted. There was something you expected. And if you would have got it, you would have got happy. You would have got excited. But because you didn't get it, you got angry. You got frustrated. You got agitated or annoyed. Can you see it? You can see it, right? You can independently verify that your mind's craving permanence. So this is where you can see you're not a bad person. You haven't necessarily done anything wrong. It's just that the mind lacks wisdom, right? You need to gain wisdom to be able to now transform your mind. As long as you lack wisdom, you're not going to be able to transform your mind. So if you went around the world with wrong view, which is thinking other people are causing you to be angry, you'll never fix your problem. You'll just keep pushing people away. You'll keep being bitter, harsh, and hostile to people, and you'll keep putting your expectations on people, and people will leave out of your life because they're not interested in being around that, right? So you'll just stay stuck in this continuous cycle of being angry over and over and over again. But when you arise wisdom, and you understand what the real problem is, and you understand the cause of that problem, the elimination of it and the path forward, which I'm about to share with you, then you can actually apply the real solution and the real remedy to fixing this. And this is where you can get to harmonious relationships. Because if in your relationships you keep blaming other people for the feelings that you're experiencing, you'll never get to harmonious relationships, because you'll just keep pushing people away. You'll keep being bitter, harsh, and hostile, and you'll keep putting expectations on people, and you won't be able to reside with all beings harmoniously. So this is so crucial for you to develop harmonious relationships, is to understand anytime your mind is discontent, your own mind is causing it. So you need to be able to look inward and uncover what are your cravings, desires, attachments. This is what we're going to talk about tomorrow. I'm going to teach you how to identify your cravings, desires, attachments. So the second noble truth is explaining to you that your own mind is causing your discontentedness, that it's craving, desire, attachment. And this is where you can have a breakthrough, because once you finally understand what's causing it, now you can fix it. Because the third noble truth is explaining to you how to fix it. If the elimination of discontentedness is possible by eliminating craving, desire, attachment. Because if craving, desire, attachment is the cause, which the second noble truth explains that, then the way you eliminate it is just eliminate the cause. The cause is craving, desire, attachment. So if you eliminate those, then you'll eliminate your discontentedness, right? So the Buddha gives you tools and techniques of how to eliminate your cravings, desires, attachments. And eliminating those, that's what will eliminate the discontentedness. If it was everybody else in your life that's causing discontentedness, you'll never be able to fix it, because you have to train 8 billion people to do things your way. Because in the unenlightened state, you can only be happy when you get things your way. So you got to go out there and create a training program for 8 billion people to learn your way of doing things in the world, right? That's exhausting. Or you could just train one mind. It's up to you. You know whose mind you need to train? Do you know whose mind you need to train? Your own mind, right? You just need to train your own. You don't have to train 8 billion. And your own mind is going to be challenging enough, right? So if you eliminate your cravings, desires, attachments using the tools and techniques that the Buddha teaches you, you'll be able to eliminate this discontentedness, because your mind is actually causing it. That's why the Buddha was able to get to enlightenment, because it wasn't everybody else around him that was causing his discontentedness. It was being caused by his own mind. So when he figured out what was causing it, then he figured out how to actually eliminate it. And the fourth noble truth is explaining how to do that. The path forward that leads to the complete elimination of discontentedness is the Eightfold Path. That's the complete perfect plan of how to eliminate your discontentedness, because this is what's going to eliminate the craving, desire, attachments in your mind. So that's why I'm going to walk you through each individual factor so that you can understand how to eliminate discontentedness. Because as long as you're getting angry and bitter and harsh in your relationships, you're not going to be able to have harmonious relationships. So you're going to need to be able to learn and practice this to be able to get to harmonious relationships. And there's other things for me to teach you too in relationship to having harmonious relationships, but this is a core central teaching. You're going to need to know this to be able to get to harmonious relationships. So do you guys have any questions on the Four Noble Truths? Yes, ma'am. If you could get a microphone.
Thank you, David. So my question is, as an enlightened person, if all feelings in the world are conditioned feelings, then how I live in the world? Meaning no feelings?
What you get to by the time you purify your mind is unconditioned mental states. These conditioned feelings don't actually help you. The anger, the sadness, the fear, the stress, the anxiety, none of this is actually helping you. It's just keeping the mind shaken up. So you can get to unconditioned mental qualities where your mind's just always peaceful and always joyful. And you can live in that way. And that way, with your mind being calm and composed, now you can make wise decisions that are producing wholesome results in your life. But when your mind is shaken up and it's uncalm, you can't access your wisdom to make wise decisions. And now when you're making unwise decisions, it's going to produce unwholesome results in your life. And as all these things are coming back to you, all these unwholesome results, we call it karma, unwholesome karma. We will tend to, in the unenlightened state, blame other people, or we'll say it's good luck or bad luck, or we'll say it's destiny or fate. But in reality, everything that you're experiencing in life is a result of your decisions. So you would like to get to a point where you're only making wise decisions. And that's what the Buddha is teaching you how to do. And one of the first parts of that is maintaining your calmness and composure so that way you can make wise decisions by accessing wisdom. And then it will produce only wholesome results. So by the time you get to enlightenment, you're only experiencing wholesome results that are coming back to you because you've extinguished all your unwise decision making.
And goes by practicing 8 pathways.
The Eightfold Path. If you learn and practice the Eightfold Path, you will extinguish all your unwholesome karma or your unwholesome, unwise decisions that you're making that's leading to these unwholesome results.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Helena?
Okay, would it be correct to say that the teachings of the Buddha boil down to eliminating cravings and producing wholesome karma?
You could say that. I tend to not boil his teachings down because it's important to understand them in their totality. But at the heart of what he's teaching is to eliminate cravings, desires, attachments. And the way that you're doing that is through arising wisdom. Because the ultimate thing that you're trying to antidote is what we call ignorance or unknowing of true reality, which we'll talk about this afternoon, which you learned in the last course. But we'll talk about it this afternoon because you can't eliminate cravings without eliminating ignorance or unknowing of true reality. So you need wisdom. That's what you're ultimately doing on the path to enlightenment, is cultivating wisdom. And with that wisdom, then you're eliminating craving, desire, attachment.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Sure.
Then my discontentedness source is the expectation that people follow rules, like social rules. Like I expect them to stop the traffic light and wait for the other person to pass, let me go out of the elevator, whatever. And it doesn't happen, and I get very frustrated. What is that a normal thing? How can I overcome that discontentedness?
That's normal for an unenlightened mind, because what's happening here is you're craving permanence. You're craving everyone to follow the rules. And with the universal truth of impermanence, are you ever going to live in a world where everybody follows the traffic rules perfectly? Will you ever live in that world? No. Exactly, right? Exactly. She said, for those of you guys at home, she said, even herself, she forgets sometimes, right? So that's the universal truth of impermanence, right? But the mind craves this permanence. It wants things to be a certain way. And that's the underlying problem that the Buddha is pointing out to you here. He's giving you this little window into the unenlightened mind so you can see what's going on. And then the rest of the path, he's going to teach you how to fix it. So that's what I'll teach you with the rest of the path.
Earlier you were talking about surrounding yourself with people that are supportive or like-minded, not making bad choices. I think it was how to say no. How do you do that without being judgmental?
That's what I'm going to teach you when we get to those classes.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. All right. Let me see if we have anything else here. Okay. So now that you guys are starting to understand right view, we can move into right intention. But just for a second, wrong view would be to blame other people for the feelings that you're experiencing. That would be wrong view. As long as you have wrong view, why are you here at the temple? Right? It's everyone else that's causing you to be angry. Why are you here? Everyone else should be here, right? But if you have right view, then you understand that your mind is causing your discontent feelings and you need to actually solve this. And of course, other people are out there experiencing discontentedness and they don't even realize that there's a potential option for them to escape this discontentedness. So you're going to need to train your mind. It's not everyone else that's causing these feelings. It's your own mind that's causing this. So wrong view would be to blame others. Right view is to maintain the understanding that your mind is causing these discontent feelings yourself. And then the Buddha is going to teach you now how to eliminate them. That's why you need to learn. That's why you need to meditate. That's why you're doing these things for your own mind. It's not about training other people to do things a certain way. Okay, so now we'll move into right intention. And this doesn't take very long to teach. It's the first step that takes quite a while to teach. Okay, so what right intention is this is the words of the Buddha. He says, in what, monks, is right intention? The intention of renunciation, the intention of non-ill will, the intention of harmlessness. This is called right intention. So there's three aspects to right intention: renunciation, non-ill will, and harmlessness. What renunciation is where your mind is practicing the intention or the thinking or the thought, the willingness to let go and give up its unwholesomeness, that you're willing to give up your false beliefs and your opinions. Because as long as you have false beliefs in your mind, you're going to be plagued by those. If you're holding on to things and saying, no, what I believe and what I think is 100% the truth, and I'm not letting this go, then you're never going to be able to get to enlightenment. Essentially, what the intention of renunciation is that you have an open mind, that you're willing to bring in new information to now inform you of true reality. Because if you have beliefs in your mind, you don't know what's true or false, right? You're just believing it. So you're not getting rid of your false beliefs by bringing in new beliefs. That's not what the Buddha is teaching you. He's teaching you to cultivate wisdom to be able to see the truth. And when you see that truth and it's conflicting with all those beliefs in your mind, you got to be willing to let go of those beliefs because now you've got more wisdom. So one of the first beliefs that you need to eliminate is the belief that other people are causing you to be angry. That's one of the very first things that you need to be willing to let go of. So if you weren't practicing the intention of renunciation, you wouldn't be able to let that go. You would continue to believe that other people are causing you to be angry, and you would never get to enlightenment. So the right intention, one aspect of it is the intention of renunciation, where you're willing to let go of the unwholesomeness, that you're willing to give that up and let go of false beliefs. But you're not bringing in new beliefs. You're bringing in wisdom that now informs you so that now you can eliminate your beliefs. Okay? Then there's the intention of non-ill will. What non-ill will is this is a double negative. So non-ill will is the same thing as saying goodwill. So you're going to need the intention of goodwill. And what goodwill is loving kindness. We're going to talk about this in the course. What loving kindness is the intention of having all beings be well. The genuine interest of seeing all beings be well. That's what you would like to form, that thinking or that thought that you would like to see all beings be well. Then there's the intention of harmlessness. What harmlessness is where you're incapable or disinterested in causing harm to other beings. As long as you cause harm to others, this harm is going to come back to you. So you're going to need the intention or the thinking or the thought that you're disinterested in causing harm to others. And then the rest of the path, the Buddha is going to teach you how to do that, where you don't cause harm to others, right? But you're going to need to start it off with this wisdom section where you have the intention or the thinking or the thought of not causing harm to others or practicing harmlessness. So there's the intention of renunciation, the willingness to let go of all these false beliefs in the mind, the intention of non-ill will or practicing goodwill, a genuine interest in seeing all beings be well, and the intention or the thinking of the thought of harmlessness, where you're disinterested in causing harm to others. And this would form the right intention or the right thinking or the right thought. And now you build on top of that. So just to summarize this, is right view is the Four Noble Truths and accepting responsibility for your own feelings, your intentions, your speech, and your actions. That you understand that what you experience in your life is a result of the decisions that you're making. That this anger and sadness and stress and guilt and shame and fear and shyness and all these other discontent feelings, it's being caused by your own cravings, desires, attachments. That's what right view is. Right intention is the intention of renunciation, non-ill will or loving kindness, and the intention of harmlessness. And this forms the wisdom section of the Eightfold Path. This gives you the foundation to now build your moral conduct. Because why would you ever change and improve your speech or actions in your livelihood if it's everyone else that's causing these difficulties in your life? So that's why you need to start with right view. And you need to have the intention of being disinterested in causing harm to others so that now you can move into the moral conduct and you can improve your moral conduct in the way that you interact in the world. Because as long as you're having speech, actions, and a livelihood, which is causing harm to others, this harm is going to come back to you. Okay, so this is usually where I take a break. So I take usually a 15, 20-minute break, but do you guys have any questions? Yes, I was just getting ready to say, I usually don't get any questions when I ask it that way. Break or questions? What would you guys like?
Can wait.
No, please, go ahead. Well, sometimes when I get to this point, people are like, no, don't take a break. Keep going, keep going.
Yeah, so I had a question on right intention.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, there was a time I was at this place and I was not intentionally having any wrong intentions, but for a second or two, because the person I was talking to, I guess I assumed or I felt that they were speaking lie or something along that line, and I was not intentionally having any bad intentions, but for just even a second or two, this thought came up, but I let it go. But yeah, so what I felt till that point, I was at this retreat, and till that point, I was just feeling all fearless and having this peace of mind. But that night I had this nightmare, and I exactly knew why this nightmare came, and I exactly knew what I needed to change, because it was only for this few seconds of ill will that I had. This came, and I read this discourse from Buddha which said, like, fear only comes when you cause harm to yourself or to others by speech or mind. So I was not causing any harm with body or speech, but I think my mind was doing this. And I don't know how to not have this. But later what I did was because I knew that this was the cause of it, I just went on and I spent the time around that person more. And I just, whenever anything like that came up, I just cut it off and tried to be more kind and polite towards this person. And what I noticed is they eventually let go of this this craving of theirs to maybe talk a different way. So, but I don't know how this thing came up in my mind even for a split seconds, and how can I get rid of this?
So this is in the mental discipline section where you learn how to get rid of these unwholesome thoughts coming up, right? So let's wait until we get to that and I'll explain it to you how to get rid of them. But one of the things that you mentioned there is that you said that you saw something from the Buddha where he says that fear only arises when you cause harm to others, I think it was, or something along those lines. This is actually not true, and I suspect that the Buddha didn't say that. You might have seen a discourse that you're interpreting that way, but if you still have access to it, if you'd like to bring it and show it to me, I'll help you, because it's actually craving, desire, attachment that's causing this. Sometimes when people read the teachings of the Buddha, they don't fully understand, and having a teacher help you to be able to understand, because craving, desire, fear can arise through craving, desire, attachment. That's what's causing the fear to arise. It's not just by causing harm to others, but yes, if you cause harm to others, there's the potential for fear to arise in the mind, but there's a craving, desire, attachment that's causing it. So it's not only because of that is going to cause the fear to arise, because you can have fear of death, for example, your own death, or you can have fear of spiders, right? You haven't caused any harm to the spider. So it's always going to be an underlying craving, desire, attachment that's causing the fear. So if you have access to that thing that you thought the Buddha was saying, that you can share it with me and I'll help you to be able to see that.
Sure, I read this course and I'll be able to show it to you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I think there was a little bit of craving as well at that point of time, that every person should be acting in moral ways or something along that lines. So I think that's true. But I think day before yesterday, on Saturday also, we were reading something similar, that where Buddha was sharing that the nightmares are gone when there is no ill will there. So I think it was along the same lines.
Yeah, so nightmares are different than fear, right? So fear is always going to be caused by craving, desire, attachment there. But what you were seeing is where he was talking about purifying the mind with loving kindness, compassion, sympathetic joy, and equanimity, which we were studying on Saturday. And he was saying that when you do this, then you will not have bad dreams, is what he was saying. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so what I'm going to do is take a little break here. It's 11:15. Let's come back at 11:30, and then I'm going to pick it up here and continue on with the Eightfold Path. Okay, so thank you guys for your questions, and we'll see you guys after break. Okay. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and get started, and I think there's some more people that are going to probably come back as we get going. But this Eightfold Path, it's very comprehensive, and there's a lot to discuss. So I'm going to need to keep going, and when those folks come in, they can come in and join us. Okay, so we're going to move into right speech, right action, and right livelihood. This is the moral conduct section, and whenever you're studying the moral conduct section of anything related to the teachings of the Buddha, whether it's the Eightfold Path or any other moral conduct that he teaches, which plugs into the Eightfold Path, you should always remember that what he's teaching you is the natural law of Gamma, of cause and effect, or action and result. He's not trying to give you rules. He's not giving you commandments. He's not telling you what you should or shouldn't do in your life, because that's up to you to decide those things. But instead, he's showing you the causes and conditions that are causing harm to others, and then this harm is going to come back to you. So there's certain speech, certain actions, and certain livelihood that you could be causing harm. And if you don't know the natural law of Gamma related to the harms that you could cause, then you're most likely doing some of these things, and then that's going to produce unwholesome results for you. So by gaining the wisdom of the natural law of Gamma around speech, actions, and livelihood, you can make wise decisions around your moral conduct, and then you'll experience wholesome results coming back to you based on your wise choices around your moral conduct. So I'm going to introduce you to the teachings of the Buddha around speech, actions, and livelihood. But what's at the heart of this is the natural law of Gamma, of cause and effect, or action and result. There isn't anything mystical or magical with the natural law of Gamma. There's no being that's overseeing it. It's not punishments and rewards. It's literally like a sequence of events, that if there's a certain action, there's going to be a certain result. Or if there's a cause, there's going to be an effect. There are certain decisions we make either wise, that produce wholesome results, or unwisely, and it produces unwholesome results. That's what essentially the natural law of Gamma is in a nutshell. So now we can look at the Eightfold Path in terms of right speech and see what the Buddha taught here, because he's exposing you to the natural law of Gamma in the way that it would be wise to speak. And during the lifetime of the Buddha, they referred to it as right speech, but that's all they had during the lifetime of the Buddha was speech. Nowadays, we have all kinds of ways of communicating. So you might think of this as right communication, because we have emails and text messages and social media, we have phone calls, we have all kinds of things that involves communicating with others. And the Buddha is teaching us how to ensure that through the natural law of Gamma, that we're practicing communication in a way that doesn't cause harm to others. Because when you cause harm to others, this harm is going to come back to you. So here he's teaching you to eliminate lying, slander, harsh speech, and frivolous speech. And you can learn this, and then you can independently verify that it's true. Because think about times when you've lied, because we all lied growing up. Did it produce wholesome results for you or unwholesome results? We can see it produced unwholesome results, right? Because people discovered our lies. And when they discovered our lies, they found us to be undependable, right? And that we weren't trustworthy. And at the very least, if you've done a lot of lying, you know that your mind was obsessively trying to figure out, what did you say to one person versus another person and another person? And you're having to keep all this stuff straight. How can you ever get to a peaceful and joyful mind and a peaceful and joyful life if your mind's having to obsessively figure out what you said to one person versus another? So by eliminating lying and only speaking the truth, you'll be able to get to the point where your mind can be at ease and you can be peaceful and you'll have harmonious relationships. Then in terms of slander, this is like degrading or diminishing speech where you're maybe gossiping about somebody, you're damaging someone's reputation, either an individual, an organization, or something like this, a group or population of people. If you're slandering and degrading and diminishing people, you can have something as significant as being beat up and injured or even murdered, right? People have been murdered from slander and gossip. Remember, the teachings of the Buddha aren't explaining to you the way the world should be. He's explaining to you the way the world is. And if you go out into the world and you start slandering and gossiping people, people are going to want to harm you. Right? This is why investigative reporters who are exposing things, and I'm not saying whether they should or shouldn't be doing those things, this is why they actually end up dead in some cases, because they're gossiping or slandering, even though it's their job, even though it's the news. This is what's leading to their death. So at the very least, you're going to have people gossiping and slandering about you. Right? When you're gossiping and slandering with your friends and family members and your back is turned, they're going to be gossiping and slandering about you. right? At the very least. And at the height of this, you can get injured and beat up and even murdered for gossip and slander. So it's not wise to go out there and gossip and slander. And that's what the Buddha is teaching you. Then he talks about refraining from harsh speech. This is your tone, your tempo, and your word choice, that you're going to need to pay attention to this. Because when you're harsh and bitter and hostile, and you put that out, that's what's going to come back to you. So if you have children, if you have a life partner, if you have coworkers and friends and neighbors, and you're bitter, harsh, and hostile with them, that's what's going to come back to you. Those people are going to talk to you in the same way that you talk to them. So you would like to pay attention to your tone, your tempo, and your word choice, and eliminating any harshness. Then there's the refraining from frivolous speech. What frivolous speech is it's just like if you've ever been like, yada 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 yada. It's not really a conversation. You're just broadcasting, right? And there's an underlying craving in there that you're doing that. And you might have been around someone else who's doing that. And you're just like, oh my goodness, when are they going to stop talking? Oh my goodness. Wow. They're just going on and on and on, right? There's no purpose. There's no maybe benefit. Some people refer to this as idle chatter, right? So if you did this, you wouldn't be very influential in your relationships. And you're not going to have harmonious relationships if you have idle chatter or frivolous speech. So frivolous speech is not about the topic that you're talking about. It's about making sure that you're having a conversation, that you're talking a little bit and then pausing and letting other people talk. And then you're listening and now you're talking and there's a conversation going on. So underlying each one of these things is a craving, desire, attachment. Because remember, the Eightfold Path is to help you eliminate craving, desire, attachment. So when a person is lying, there's a craving that's motivating that. Because if I tell the truth, I won't get what I want. I want something here. And if I lie, I'm more likely to get it, perhaps. But that's a craving, desire, attachment that's motivating that lying. So when you get to the point where you speak the truth, now you can get rid of your cravings, desires, attachments. Same thing with slander or gossip. Typically, someone's craving to look good themselves, and they feel like if I can diminish somebody else, it'll make me look better. It's kind of like if I put out their candle, my candle will shine brighter. But that's not how it works, right? If we have two candles in the room is brighter. If I put out that person's candle, the room isn't going to be any brighter, right? But the mind's lack of wisdom thinks that this is the way to make your candle shine brighter, is if I put out somebody else's candle. So there's a craving there that I want to look good. So let me slander and gossip other people so that I look better. But in reality, you're making yourself look bad by slandering and gossiping. So there's a craving there that causes that slander. And then when they're harsh speech, same thing. You might find in relationships with a life partner, with children, with your parents, with your brothers and sisters, you have this craving of wanting them to be a certain way. And when they don't do that, you might be bitter and harsh and hostile or in your speech, right? So now when you're bitter, harsh, and hostile through your speech, there's an underlying craving that's motivating that. So when you learn to be gentle in your speech, you're eliminating craving, desire, attachment. And the same thing with frivolous speech. Frivolous speech, that yada, 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 yada. There's a craving in there that the mind just wants to talk. It just wants to talk. It just wants to keep talking and talking and talking and talking and talking. There's a craving. So what the Buddha is teaching you here, they're not rules. They're not commandments. He's showing you how to eliminate your cravings, desires, attachments. And by eliminating your cravings, desires, attachments, you won't be causing harm in the world. Because whenever you're causing harm through your speech with any of these things, that harm is going to come back to you. Because when you're lying, you're not going to be seen as dependable and reliable and trustworthy, and your relationships will struggle. When you're gossiping and slandering people, your relationships are going to struggle. When you're harsh and bitter and hostile, your relationships will struggle. And if you're having frivolous speech, your relationships will struggle. So you're not going to be able to get to harmonious relationships if you're not working on improving your right speech. You're going to need to improve your right speech to be able to get to harmonious relationships. And you're going to need to do this with all your speech, not just your speech, but your emails, your social media, your text messages. So if you're pounding away on an email and you're so angry and frustrated, that's not the proper time to talk, right? Because you're putting out this bitterness and hostility, and it's just going to come back to you. So not only is there this level of learning with the Eightfold Path, but the Buddha has another teaching called the 5 Factors of Well-Spoken Speech, which plugs into the Eightfold Path, which is ultimately what you would like to practice, that you're speaking at the proper time, what you say is true, you speak gentle, you speak beneficially, and with a mind of loving kindness. You can individually investigate each one of these, which I share in the book, and I explain to you how to practice each one of these. And you can see in situations where you didn't practice these, the conversation didn't go well. This is how you independently verify it. Think about a recent conversation that didn't go well. Either you or the other person, you weren't speaking at the right time. What you said maybe wasn't true. Maybe you weren't gentle. Maybe what you said wasn't beneficial. Or maybe you weren't speaking with a mind of loving kindness. If you just missed one of these, the conversation didn't go well, right? But then look at conversations that did go well, because you've had conversations that have gone well. And you can see you and the other person were practicing all 5 of these, right? So in that situation, you didn't know the 5 factors of well-spoken speech, but you were practicing them. But now when you learn these and you dial them in, you can consciously practice the 5 factors of well-spoken speech closer and closer. And this is where you'll have very successful relationships, because now you're speaking in a way that is harmless or that is wise. And there's something here in Thailand we call barami. This means the one who people listen to. And this is an individual who people are very influenced. When that person talks, people listen to that person because they know that this person's wise and they're very successful in life. When we talk about success here in Thailand, it's about successful relationships, harmonious relationships. When we talk about success, we don't mean money or financially successful. But if someone has a lot of harmonious relationships in their life, they're successful, right? And the way that you become successful with harmonious relationships is you establish barami. Barami means the one who people listen to. And when you practice the 5 factors of well-spoken speech, you'll become influential in your family, in your business environment, professional environment, with your neighbors and friends and family. The more that you speak wisely, where you're not causing harm to others, people will be influenced by what it is that you have to say. It's not going to be 1 week or 1 month that you do this and all of a sudden you're influential. But if you start practicing this over many years, more and more people will see you as being very influential and very wise the way that you speak, because you're not causing harm to others. So it's going to be challenging for you to speak this way when you have craving, desire, attachment. With your mom and your brothers and your life partner and your children, you're probably going to be harsh, right? You can't just snap your fingers and instantly practice this just because you learned it here at the temple. That's where a lot of these other trainings that you're learning is going to come into play, where you're gradually training your mind to be able to do this more and more. So you're going to probably have some slip-ups. You're going to have some mishaps where you are bitter and you are harsh. But then you learn the wisdom and you keep training your mind, and more you practice this in all your relationships. Because an enlightened being isn't going to be bitter and harsh and hostile in any relationships at all. They're going to be able to be harmonious in every single relationship. And that's because they're practicing the Eightfold Path perfectly. Okay, so if you would like more detail on the 5 factors of well-spoken speech, which I teach in other programs in a much more detail, you can learn in those videos and those online classes, or you can read the book, because I talk about this in detail. You're going to really need to dial this in closely, because you can cause a lot of harm through your speech. Think about when people speak to you in certain ways and your mind's like, whoa, you feel like, whoa, that hurt, right? Well, the other person isn't causing your pain, but the other person doesn't necessarily know that. So when you speak harsh and bitter to them and they experience painful feelings, they don't realize their mind is causing it, but you're creating an environment in which their mind is experiencing pain. And now they're going to associate those painful feelings that they're having to you. They're going to think you're causing their painful feelings, and they're going to push you aside. So when you clean up your moral conduct, people around you won't be experiencing painful feelings based on your conduct, because you're not doing anything to cause them painful feelings. But you can't cause them painful feelings, but you can create an environment in which their cravings get triggered. And now with their painful feelings, they'll falsely attribute that to you, and they'll push you aside, or they'll be bitter, harsh, and hostile with you. Okay, so you're going to need to clean up your speech. Then there's right action. This is all about not causing harm with your bodily actions, because if you're causing harm with your bodily actions, that harm is going to come back to you. And here in the Eightfold Path, the Buddha teaches 3 harmful bodily actions, but he doesn't give you an exhaustive list. If you look here, what he talks about is refraining from the taking of life, refraining from taking what is not given, and eliminating sexual misconduct. These are 3 very impactful bodily actions that can cause harm to others, and harm will then come back to you because of that. So you can clean this up. But there's other bodily actions that could cause harm too. Notice that he doesn't say don't walk up to someone and punch them in the face. But if you understand right action, you know that that would be very unwise, because if you punch somebody in the face, they're going to probably punch you back. Or they might pull out a gun or a knife, or their friends or family might attack you, right? So it's very unwise. So here he's just giving you 3 impactful ones. He's not giving you an exhaustive list. He doesn't say don't drag your suitcase through the aisle of an airplane and run over people's feet and bump into their knees, because planes didn't even exist during his lifetime. So there's not a way for him to give you an exhaustive list of every single bodily action that would cause harm. But if you understand this factor of the Eightfold Path, and you know as you're interacting in the world with your body, you're not interested in causing harm through the body, right? So you'd like to ensure that you're not inflicting harm on anybody or yourself through your own bodily actions. And these are 3 impactful ones. So he includes those in the Eightfold Path. And then there's something called the 5 precepts that plugs into this and gives you more detail on this, particularly something like sexual misconduct, because sometimes people say, well, what is sexual misconduct? Well, in the 5 precepts, he explains it to you. He talks about having sex with minors. He talks about having multiple sexual partners at one time. He talks about having sex with people who are in existing relationships. He talks about these kinds of things, sex without consent, like raping people. But it's important to note that he doesn't teach same-gender relationships as being harmful, because there's no harm that's being caused there. If you have a male and a female who's choosing to have sex, they're in a loyal, loving, consenting relationship. They're not causing harm to anyone. And the same thing is true about 2 males or 2 females. If they're in a loyal, loving, consenting relationship, they're not causing harm to anyone. So this is how wise the Buddha was, that 2,500 years ago, he already understood this. There's people today that don't even understand this, right? This is how wise he was, that he could see the natural law of karma, that 2 loyal, loving, consenting adults, they're not having any kind of harm there because they're choosing to have sex with each other. So if you ever study the 5 precepts, which I teach in other programs and I have in this first book, you'll see the original words of the Buddha where he's talking about sexual misconduct and he's talking about other things, and he's explaining it to you through the natural law of karma, of cause and effect, or action and result. And if you understand the universal truth of impermanence, then you understand that it's not possible for everybody to be interested in having sex with someone of the opposite gender, right? If everybody was interested in having sex with someone of the opposite gender, this would be permanence. But we understand the universal truth of impermanence. Even during the lifetime of the Buddha, there were same-gender relationships, because he talks about it in his teachings, but he doesn't actually say anything of it other than he observes that it's happening, and that's it. He doesn't say anything about it other than making the observation that it exists. So ever since the beginning of time, there's never been a time where everybody had sex with the opposite gender. Because of the universal truth of impermanence, we know that males and males and females have been having sex with each other since the beginning of time. It's just not possible for everyone to be interested in doing any one particular thing, because that would be permanence. That's why some people don't like to eat pizza, right? Some people like pizza, some people don't. You know, I can't imagine not liking pizza. I think pizza is one of the greatest things to eat, but there's some people in the world that don't eat pizza. There's some people that don't like ice cream, right? That's the universal truth of impermanence, right? There's people that are like that. And it's the same thing with our sexual contact too, that different people have different experiences and have interest in different things. This is the universal truth of impermanence. Okay, so this is right action, that you are not interested in causing harm through your bodily actions. Then there's right livelihood. Well, right livelihood is how you choose to sustain your life in the world. And the Buddha is teaching you not to cause harm through the way that you sustain your life. That if you have a job or occupation where you're causing harm to others, this harm is going to come back to you. So we provide you guidance in 5 livelihoods that would cause harm. Business and weapons, living beings, meat, substances that cause heedlessness, and poisons. And if you have a business in any of these things, you're sustaining your life by causing harm to others. And now this harm can come back to you. And just like everything else that I've been teaching you, you can independently verify this. You can take these and you can independently verify them. So like substances that cause heedlessness. If I was standing on the street corner selling crystal methamphetamine and heroin, I'm causing harm to the community. I'm putting this substance into the community. People are going out stealing and robbing and bringing me money. They're getting addicted to the substance. I'm very likely to get beat up on that street corner. I might get robbed. I might get murdered. And I might get arrested, right? I might even get addicted to the substance, right? This is the natural law of karma that's functioning. It's always functioning, and it's affecting us whether we're aware of it or not. But this natural law of karma, it's functioning at a much higher level. It's not just the human laws, right? So standing on the street corner getting arrested, that's a human law, right? That I'm getting arrested by a human being that's taking me off to jail because the human law in that country is that I can't sell drugs on the street corner. But this is the natural law of karma. It applies to all substances that cause heedlessness. So if I was a cashier at a liquor store, my government could say, hey, you can go work at that liquor store and be a cashier. And we're not going to take you to jail for that, right? We're not going to arrest you. But if you understand the natural law of karma, you might realize that that's unwise, because liquor stores oftentimes get robbed, people get beat up, people get murdered working at a liquor store, because those are the places where people are going to get those kinds of things. And at the very least, you're going to be dealing with a clientele that's intoxicated, and you're going to need to occasionally deal with someone who's intoxicated by coming in and working at a liquor store or a bar or something like this. You're going to have to deal with unfortunate situations because you're around people who are taking these substances that cause heedlessness. So this natural law is functioning at a much higher level. So if you learn the natural law of karma and you function through that, you'll never have any issues with your government, because the human laws that we create are a much lower level and they're imperfect. But this natural law of karma is functioning at a much higher level. So you're going to need to pay attention to that, and you can independently reflect on each one of these and see why the Buddha taught it based on the natural law of karma. Then he teaches you how to conduct your livelihood so that you're not causing harm and that you can sustain your life for an extended period of time. Whereas if you were doing any of these things like scheming, flattering, hinting, belittling, or pursuing gain with gain, you're going to be experiencing harm. What scheming is like corruption, right? So if I was a doctor or if I was a politician, it's not one of those 5. It's not weapons, living beings, meat, substances that cause heedlessness, or poisons. But if I was corrupt, and now 10 or 15 years into my term or getting elected, people found out about my corruption, I'm not going to be able to get reelected potentially. And now I'm going to have trouble sustaining my life. So by eliminating any scheming or corruption in your livelihood, it'll help you sustain your life through a longevity and sustained livelihood. What flattering is like insincere comments where you're just kind of getting people to maybe buy something from you. Like if you've ever gone to a store where as soon as you walk in, they're like, oh, you're so beautiful, or oh, you're so handsome, or you're like, oh man, I don't know if I want to buy something from this store, right? They're just kind of flattering you, right? That's what's going to happen if you did those kinds of things with your business partners or your customers or things like that. People aren't going to be interested in doing business with you. So the Buddha teaches you not to have flattery where you're just having insincere comments to get people to buy things from you. What hinting is where you're not clear and concise about your work and your project. So if you were going to brief the boss on a project that you were working on and you were not clear and concise, this isn't going to promote a healthy livelihood, that you're going to have difficulties in your livelihood performing and getting promotions and things like this. So you like to be clear and concise in your communication within your livelihood. What belittling this is where you're like degrading and diminishing your coworkers, your business partners, or even your competition. If you're belittling your competition and your customers are hearing that, it's not going to help you in your livelihood. So you shouldn't be belittling your customers, your employees, your co-workers, your business partners, your competition. It would be unwise to belittle people in your livelihood, because this isn't going to look favorable to you, and you'll find that it's challenging to be able to conduct your livelihood and sustain your life that way. You're interested in generating wholesome results in your livelihood, and by being supportive and uplifting and encouraging, that's what's going to help you with that. Then there's pursuing gain with gain. What this is that you're just taking a job for the sake of money. You could care less about the product or the service. You're just showing up for a paycheck, for example. If you've ever had that kind of job, it probably felt very mundane. You probably felt very unenthusiastic and unmotivated when you were doing that. You might have felt like you were dragging yourself to work every day because all you really cared about is the money. And now eventually that craving burned out and you didn't really care about the work that you're doing. So what the Buddha ultimately is guiding you to do when you fully understand right livelihood is to have enthusiasm and motivation and ambition in your livelihood, where it doesn't feel like work, right? Like work is like a 4-letter word for some people. It's like, I gotta work, right? But it doesn't have to be like that. You can actually enjoy what you're doing. Like, I don't consider what I'm doing right now work. I just thoroughly enjoy sharing the teachings of the Buddha with all of you guys. And that's why even when it's raining outside and I'm on my motorbike and I'm on my way here and it's pouring down raining, I just got a smile on my face. It's like, yeah, I'm going to get to the temple and share those teachings with people and help them get to enlightenment. And it doesn't matter what's going on. So you can be enthused and motivated and have ambition in your livelihood. So you don't need to go to work and drag yourself to work each individual day. But based on your decisions that you're making about your work, you might get to that point. So the Buddha teaches you in this teaching and other teachings that he shares how to purify your livelihood, where you can have ambition and enthusiasm and motivation in your livelihood. And it's going to be based on the choices that you make about your livelihood. So you don't have to drag yourself to work each day, but your feet can hit the ground and you can have enthusiasm and really enjoy going to do this thing. Whereas if 6, 8, 10 hours a day, you despise what you're doing on a day-to-day basis, you're not going to have a peaceful and joyful mind or a peaceful and joyful life, because you don't enjoy what you're doing in order to sustain your life. So there's ways to purify your livelihood where you can enjoy what you do in your day-to-day activity and how you choose to sustain your life. By the time you get to a right livelihood, whatever you're doing, you're going to be enjoying it so much that even if you didn't get paid for it, you would still do that thing. Of course, you're going to need payment. You're going to need a paycheck. You're going to need an income in order to sustain your life. But when you actually select a certain livelihood that you thoroughly enjoy, you would actually do that even if you did get paid for it, because you enjoy it that much. That is just something that you have ambition and motivation towards. Okay, so this is right livelihood to the first level of purification. If you're in a job right now that you don't like, or if you're in between jobs and you're interested in getting a new job, or you're in a certain job that you'd like to switch, I would suggest that you read volume 12, chapter 14. In that volume over there on the bookshelf and on our website, that's where the Buddha teaches all the exhaustive teachings, the entire right livelihood. This is just the first fold of purification. There's additional teachings around your right livelihood to get you to a point where you can select a livelihood that you feel ambition and enthusiasm around. So you might need to look to that particular chapter, volume 12, chapter 14. Okay, so this is your moral conduct, where with right speech, you would like to not cause harm through your verbal conduct. And the Buddha's giving you guidance on how to do this, and you're just going to need to learn it and dial it in closer and closer, realizing you're going to make mistakes. You're going to have mishaps along the way, because it's gradual training, gradual practice, and gradual progress. You're not going to be able to just snap your fingers and instantly practice right speech. Then there's right action, where you would like your bodily actions to be harmless. Then there's right livelihood, where you're choosing to sustain your life in a way that doesn't cause harm to others, and you can have enthusiasm and motivation and encouragement around your livelihood. So you would like to purify your speech, your actions, and your livelihood. And remember, when we're talking about speech, it's not just verbal communication, it's text, chat, post, and email. So if you're pounding on your keyboard, all angry and wanting to send that email, maybe hit save instead of send. right? Because when you hit send and you send that hostility out into the world, it's just going to come back to you. So hit save and come back a few hours later or a few days later and take a look at that. So do you guys have any questions on the moral conduct section? Yes, sir. Yeah, there's some more microphones there too. Natalie, you have a question?
Is it working?
Mm-hmm.
There we go. When you were discussing right action, I wondered, why are you to eliminate sex in order to be enlightened?
Yeah, so you can get to the second stage of enlightenment and still be having sexual contact. But in order to get to enlightenment, which is the fourth stage, you would need to eliminate sexual contact. And the reason why is because when you're having sexual contact, the ultimate goal typically is to have an orgasm, and you're experiencing pleasure through a conditional experience. So you're having someone stimulate your senses, and now the mind is experiencing pleasant feelings based on the condition that somebody is stimulating the eyes, ears, nose, tongue, the body, or the mind itself. And now the height of that is an orgasm, typically, if you're having sex in a certain way. Well, as long as you're doing that, you'll experience pleasant feelings, and you'll experience pleasant feelings during the sexual intercourse, and then even afterwards, there'll be some pleasant feelings for a period of time. But then, because they're conditional feelings, they arise, they change, and they fade away. And then ultimately, you'll get to a point where those conditioned feelings don't exist anymore, and now the mind's going to crave sexual contact. It's going to crave those pleasant feelings. And now, if you get sex, you'll get that pleasant feelings. But if you can't get it, you'll get the painful feelings, like the agitation, the annoyance, the frustration. So as long as there's craving in the mind for sex, then there's going to be some level of discontentedness. While you're having sex and afterwards, those conditioned pleasant feelings, although we don't see it as a problem, they actually are a problem because they're conditional. And now when you're not having sex, you're going to feel agitated and frustrated and irritated and annoyed. So in the unenlightened state, we will tend to have sex because we're wanting those pleasant feelings. But as you start arising more and more the qualities of enlightenment, and you start seeing the peace and the joy starting to shine through, you'll actually start appreciating that peace and joy more than this temporary pleasant feeling. Because you'll start seeing that you'll go, like a few weeks or a few months where your mind is completely peaceful and completely joyful, but then you're going to be agitated and annoyed and frustrated because you want sex and you can't get it. And then you might even have sex, and then you'll have pleasant feelings for a few hours or a few days, but then it's going to wear off, and your mind's going to be back to the painful feelings. Where more and more, as you train your mind and you see the peacefulness and joy come through, you're going to start appreciating that more. And on your own, you might decide to start eliminating the sexual contact. But that might not be where you're at right now in your practice. And that's okay. That you might have sex for the next 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. Who knows how long? Everybody's a little bit different. But if you ever would like to get to the complete peace where your mind's always peaceful and always joyful, if you have a craving in your mind for sex, then you can only be happy when you get it. And when you don't get it, you'll be agitated and annoyed. So that's why ultimately you need to eliminate the craving for sex so that way your mind can be permanently peaceful and joyful all the time. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So when or if somebody's interested in doing that, it's up for each individual to decide. Yes, sir.
So I guess it's kind of the same question as her, but for work. It's
for what?
For work. Because if you enjoy your livelihood, that's conditioned happiness in the same way, right?
So you can enjoy something other than sex without a pleasant feeling. With sex, you're stimulating the senses and you're experiencing conditioned pleasant feelings. There's no way to have sex without conditional pleasant feelings. But you can enjoy something like work or a piece of chocolate cake or ice cream, you can enjoy these things without conditional pleasant feelings. So I can give you some examples to help you here. So with like a piece of chocolate cake, there can be conditional pleasant feelings if there's a craving, desire, attachment. If there's a craving, desire, attachment, and you go to a restaurant and you get a piece of chocolate cake, you can be so excited that they have that chocolate cake because it tastes so good. And oh man, I can't wait to get my hands on that chocolate cake. And now when you eat it, you feel so happy and excited you got your chocolate cake. But then when you come back a week later and you ask for chocolate cake and they don't have it, you'll be agitated or frustrated or annoyed, right? And that's because of the craving, desire, attachment for that piece of chocolate cake. You can eliminate that craving, desire, attachment, and you can understand that this cake is impermanent. And now when I come to the restaurant, they may or may not have my chocolate cake. And if they have it, great. I will eat it and I will enjoy it. And I know it tastes good, but you're not getting conditional pleasant feelings from it. And then when you come back next week and they don't have your chocolate cake, it's like, all right, no big deal. I just won't get dessert today, or maybe I'll get apple pie or something else, right? So your mind can understand that this cake is impermanent and I can enjoy eating it, but I don't have conditional pleasant feelings with this piece of chocolate cake. But with sex, it's not like that. With sex, as you're stimulating all the senses of the body and the eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and the body and the mind itself, there's going to be conditioned pleasant feelings. You can't have sex without those things. So that's why ultimately with something like sex, the mind has to fully eliminate the craving, desire, attachment for it, because it will experience agitation when it's not getting it. But with something like a piece of chocolate cake, or other things, you can eliminate the craving and still actually have a piece of chocolate cake, and there's not going to be conditional pleasant feelings by the time you've eliminated the craving, the desire, and attachment. Mm-hmm. If there was a way to get to enlightenment and still have sex, I would have figured it out. And I'd be happy to let you know about it. But there's just no way. Yeah. I thought I'd be on my deathbed still having sex, right? But, that's not the case. I decided to give up sex, many years ago. But, oftentimes we think that, sex is the most wonderful thing in the world and we're going to be doing it until our deathbed, right? But oftentimes, or what I should say is in my experience, when the mind is experiencing more and more qualities of this enlightened mind, you'll start realizing that there's something better than sex, and it's enlightenment. And you'll start appreciating the qualities of enlightenment way more than this temporary thing that you're doing. It's like, okay, I can have that sex and I can feel great for a few hours or a few days, but ultimately the mind ends up right back in the painful feelings. Where with enlightenment, the more and more you see the qualities of enlightenment shine through, you're like, wow, I like that better. I would rather have that. And now the mind says, hey, I'm going to let go of this temporary happiness in order to get to this permanent happiness. And that's what you need to be able to do. Is one of the things you do is let go of sex. But depending on where you are in your life, if you're in your 20s or 30s or 40s or who knows, you might not decide to let go of sex yet, right? Or ever. You might go to the end of your life. You might be on your deathbed having sex. You're still going to be agitated. You're still going to be annoyed and frustrated throughout your life. But I suspect that you will probably choose to let it go at some point. When we're in our early 20s and 30s, we can't imagine eliminating sex because we just started kind of having it and it feels so great that we can't imagine letting it go. But 40s, 50s, 60s, it's like, I've been there, done that enough times. How many times can I do that thing? And it becomes less and less important to you. But early in your life, you might do it a certain amount of time before you extinguish it. It's kind of like ice cream. When we were children, we thought there was nothing better than ice cream. Ice cream is the best thing ever. If we had ice cream in a day, we just thought it was the best day ever. And if we had ice cream 3 times a day, oh, it was a wonderful day, right? It's the same thing with sex. If we have sex in a day, it's like, wow, this is the best day ever. And if you have sex 3 or 4 or 5 times a day, wow, oh my goodness, wow, what a great day, right? So the same thing with the ice cream. We're like, like right now you're like, I've been there, done that, like I could have some ice cream, I could take it or I could leave it, right? So sex kind of becomes the same thing for you. That if you've been there, done that enough times, you're kind of like, If you've ever had sex 3, 4, 5 times in a day, you probably got tired of it. In that day, you're like, another sex, another shower, wow, that's a lot of work. Wow, you might not, so you might experience a little bit of the extinguishing of this desire for sex. So as you age and as you experience it more, just like ice cream, you'll eventually be like, had that enough. If I have it, take it or leave it, no big deal. Okay. Question?
There we go. Yeah, thank you, David. Thanks, interesting questions.
Yeah. It's always fun to talk about sex, right?
I guess I had a realization that I was treating this being different.
Mm-hmm.
Like, would maybe like an example, like is questions about right action. So I guess self-mortification in the sense of like extensive training, or maybe thinking it's for the right thing, like discipline, but like working the body too hard, you cause excessive damage. I guess that could be is that correct? It could be an example of like wrong action, like you're harming this being instead of someone else.
Yeah. Yeah. The Buddha teaches you that before you do something, like an action or speech or something like this, he says you should reflect before you do something. Is it going to cause harm to others? Is it going to cause harm to yourself? Or is it going to cause harm to both? And if you reflect and it's going to cause harm to others, yourself, or both, he says, don't do that thing, right? It's unwise to do that thing. While you're doing something, he says you should reflect. Does it cause harm to others, to me, or to both? And if it's causing harm, he says you should stop that thing immediately. And then he says after you do something, you should also reflect. Did it cause harm to others, to myself, or both? And if it did, he says you shouldn't do that thing anymore. So it's always about not causing harm to others, because anytime you cause harm to others or yourself, it's going to cause difficulties in your life. You're going to experience unwholesome results. So that's why, like drinking alcohol, we were talking about that yesterday in class, that's causing harm to yourself, to this being who you are, right? So it's unwise to cause harm to this being.
Yeah, thank you. That helps, especially, the reflecting afterwards, looking to see, okay, was a threshold passed? Thank you, David.
And that's where you cultivate your wisdom to know what's wise and unwise. The Buddha is going to share it with you, but you're going to need to cultivate that wisdom on your own so you can see the truth. And it's through your reflection that you can see, like, I'm causing harm to myself here, or I'm causing harm to others. And that's where you realize, like, this is unwise. I need to stop this.
And one more question on right speech. I guess I saw with hindsight, I'm kind of blinded by sometimes. And even in the moment, I think I have some visibility, but I don't see the ignorance till later. Like I'll be like, okay, am I angry now? No, I'm not angry. Am I speaking truthfully? Yes, I'm speaking truthfully. But I was still using harsh speech, and I didn't recognize it till later. And I think it's maybe the ego, because like the ego is like, this person is making assumptions, or they're speaking harshly, so then maybe the ego is causing me to use harsh speech.
Yeah.
But I was trying to think of how, reflecting on after that scenario, I was trying to think, okay, well, what should I do to remedy it? Like I can just assess it, or I can, if I was more mindful, I would catch it. Just working on the Eightfold Path is holistic, but maybe now, like I just thought of it recently, like maybe just your example of the 5 factors of well-spoken speech, if I had recalled that, maybe it would prevent it. But maybe it's better to look at it another way. What would you suggest?
So with harsh speech, what's at the core of that and the root of that is a craving, desire, attachment. That's what's causing that to occur. The mind's wanting something and it's not getting it. And the mind thinks, if I'm harsh and bitter with this person, I can like fear them into doing things my way. It's kind of like an animal showing its teeth, growling and roaring. So there's a craving there that's motivating that unwise speech, the harshness and bitterness. You can speak with ego, and there's also a craving there too, but that's not what's causing the harsh speech. It's the craving, desire, attachment. And then what's causing all of this, which we're going to talk about this afternoon, is the ignorance or the unknowing of true reality. That's what's truly causing all of this to occur. So that's why the first step of remedying the mind is to arise wisdom. So the first step is to understand the wisdom that it's unwise to speak harshly. And then the next part is, well, let me eliminate the craving that's producing that. And that's where the mental discipline section now comes in, which is what I'm about to talk about, because how could you ever stop speaking harshly if you didn't train your mind and have the discipline to control the mind? So this whole Eightfold Path is working together. That the wisdom section is explaining to you, hey, you're causing those discontent feelings yourself. All that anger, it's being caused by your own mind, and you need to have the intention of not causing harm to others. And then here's the moral conduct of how to not cause harm to others. Here's the wisdom of how to not cause harm to others. And now here's the mental discipline that's going to allow you to now practice the moral conduct. So there's a craving there that's motivating that harsh speech. So you need the mental discipline to eliminate it and the wisdom of how to do that.
Yeah, I get, in hindsight, I saw that there was some craving, like I wanted that person to kind of not make assumptions about me or see me the way I felt I was, and not for them to assume it. So I guess in future I should focus on that, like where it's coming from, and maybe also use the 5 factors of well-spoken speech.
Yeah, the 5 factors of well-spoken speech are giving you the wisdom of how to speak, but then you're going to find that to be difficult when you have these cravings in there. So what you're talking about there is personal existence view, that your mind wanted to be perceived by this person a certain way, and when you felt like you weren't being perceived that way, the mind thought the way that I can get what I want is to speak harsh to this person, and then they will perceive me in the way I want to be perceived. But that doesn't work. It doesn't solve the problem, because the underlying problem is the personal existence view. That's the actual craving. That's the desire that the mind's having, is I want to be perceived a certain way. And now the mind thinks, with its lack of wisdom, the way to get that is to be harsh and hostile and bitter towards somebody. But then you can see that, yeah, that doesn't work. That's not going to solve the problem. So that's where you work on eliminating the personal existence view. And now, however anyone perceives you is how they perceive you. It's up to them. You can't control how other people perceive this being. So when you let go of this personal existence view, where you're not trying to be perceived in a certain way, then you can just navigate the world. And when someone's judging you or looking down on you or being negative, then it doesn't affect your mind. So there's more work there to do, and that's where the mental discipline section's coming in. But it's always craving, desire, attachment that's motivating those things. And the only reason why craving's there is because of the ignorance or the unknowing of true reality, the lack of wisdom.
Yeah, thank you, David. That helps a lot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're welcome. Yes, sir.
I have a just similar question about right speech. This may be a misunderstanding, but it seems sometimes in casual conversation in society, we talk about the merits of wrong speech, like teaching people a lesson or putting them in their place or not letting them get away with something. Maybe if, like in a public setting, for other people's sake, we feel we need to speak up harshly this way, or if you're getting robbed or, I don't know, abused some way, the mind sometimes resorts to thinking that this is the only language that they will understand, that being calm or gentle or kind is not going to work. So I was wondering if you could speak on that.
Sure. Yeah, this is part of the lack of wisdom, that the mind thinks that if I'm bitter, harsh, and hostile, that I'm going to get what I want. It's like an animal growling and roaring and showing its teeth. And what you're doing on the path to enlightenment is becoming a better and better human being. You're shedding these animalistic instincts, because we're not animals, we're humans, and we can become better and better humans. So getting to enlightenment is like an evolution of our species, evolution of our mind, moving to this higher consciousness. And that's what takes the wisdom to be able to do that, of how to do that. So it's part of the delusion of the mind to think that if I'm bitter, harsh, and hostile, it's going to promote this particular thing. So those examples that you gave is like, I need to teach this person a lesson. This is the mind's craving. This is the mind's ego, that somehow I'm going to teach somebody through being bitter, harsh, and hostile, where you can only teach someone if they're open to learning from you. That's the only way you can teach anybody anything. Because if somebody's not interested in learning from you, they're not going to learn anything. All they're going to learn is, hey, this guy's bitter and harsh and hostile, and I don't like it, and I'm going to be bitter, harsh, and hostile back. So going around with like a chip on our shoulder, thinking that we've got something to teach others, and I need to teach this person a lesson, this is coming from the craving and from the ego. And when you get rid of that, you realize that your goal isn't to go around the world and teach other people a lesson. Your goal is to navigate the world harmoniously with all beings. And if we go around and constantly try to teach other people things, those people aren't necessarily interested in learning from us. And it's not our responsibility or obligation to teach other people things, because the ego is going to think that I know what's right and other people are doing things that are wrong. And I need to now teach other people my right way of doing things. This is the expectations that the mind's putting on others. And it's coming from the ego, and the mind's having craving, wanting things to be a certain way. Where if you free yourself of that burden of having to go around and teach everybody something, then you realize if somebody's doing something unwise, there might be situations where you step in. Like maybe if someone's being physically abused or assaulted or something like this, you might choose to step in. But there are some situations where you might not choose to step in. And that's where the Buddha is not teaching you what you should or shouldn't do in any given situation. He's helping you to eliminate the pollutions of your mind, so that then whatever the situation is, you can take in the variables and then choose for yourself what will be wise in that situation. I could give you examples where it might be wise to step in, but I could give you examples where it might be unwise to step in. But even in that situation, you're not trying to teach them a lesson, right? You might just be trying to stop some harm that is going on in this situation. And that's maybe what your ultimate goal is. But there are some situations where it could be unwise for you to step into that situation. And you need to be able to have that discernment to decide which case is this. But with pollution in your mind and your mind shaken up with discontentedness, you won't be able to get to that wisdom to decide, would it be wise for me to step in or not? So freeing yourself of the burden of having to teach other people things, this is very freeing for you, because now you just realize, hey, I just need to cultivate wisdom for myself. And if other people are interested in learning what I know, then I will share it with them. But if they're not interested, then no reason for me to share it, because I would just be forceful and putting pressure on people to learn what it is that I understand. And by the time you get to enlightenment, as you're making your way to enlightenment, you're going to have so much wisdom about the world that if you went around and you were trying to teach everybody everything you know, your day would be full of just doing that, because you have so much wisdom at that point. So someone who's enlightened, they just walk with wisdom and a smile. That's how they walk down the street. They just walk with wisdom and a smile. And if somebody asked them a question, they'd be willing to share it with them, but they're not just going to pop into somebody's life and say, oh, by the way, you're doing that wrong and this wrong and that wrong and this wrong, and you got to do it this way and that way and this way and that way, because you'd be doing that all day long. As you get closer and closer to enlightenment, you're going to see so many people doing things in unwise ways. And if you walked around constantly trying to teach people how to do things, you'd be constantly busy just doing that. And you're going to get a lot of blowback from that, because people's ego, they're not going to want to listen to you. They're not going to be interested in learning from you. So the only people that you can really truly teach are people who are interested in hearing what it is that you have to say. So that you're not wasting your time, only teach those people that are interested in hearing what you have to say. Mm-hmm.
Yesterday I was thinking about getting an own flat in Germany, because before I had only a shared flat. And I feel a little attached of that. I don't know. I'm not sure if it's that, but I'm thinking about maybe buying some furniture and stuff like that. And I'm not sure if I'm attached, or if this if this is a good thing or not.
Let me teach you guys the rest of the Eightfold Path, and then if you'd like to talk about individual situations, then we can talk about that, because you guys need the whole thing to understand before we talk about individual situations. Is that good? Okay. Yep. But if you guys have questions about the Eightfold Path, let me know.
Yes, sorry, I've got one more question about sex.
Okay.
So I'm so
You can ask
curious.
as many as you like.
Okay, so hypothetically, two fully enlightened beings could have sex just to produce a child, but not out of a desire to have a child, but out of compassion, for example, to give someone a chance to get enlightened.
Two enlightened beings wouldn't be having sex. They would be disinterested in having sex. So you can get to the second stage of enlightenment, but that's not enlightenment. You can get to the second stage of enlightenment and you can still be having sexual contact there, because in that second stage of enlightenment, you still have some central desire. But in order to get to the third and the fourth stage of enlightenment, where there's no more discontentedness whatsoever, you would not be having sex at that point. So in the first, second, and third stage of enlightenment, there's still some discontentedness that's being experienced. It's very minimal and it's very infrequent, but it's actually still occurring because there's still central desire in the mind. So in that second stage of enlightenment, and oftentimes people do this, they'll work their way up to the second stage of enlightenment, and then they'll just hang out there for a while, and maybe several years, and still be having sexual relationships. Because in that second stage of enlightenment, your life's going to be quite peaceful, quite enjoyable. And the sex that you are having in that second stage of enlightenment, it's quite enjoyable, because it becomes more about pleasing the other person than your own selfish desires. Because sometimes when we're having sex, it's just about our own selfish desires. And then when you're making decisions that way, the other person isn't reciprocating. So when you are practicing where you're more about giving to others, you'll notice that the quality of your sex will improve. So in the second stage of enlightenment, you could still be having sex, but by the time you get to enlightenment, you won't be having sex. Even in the third stage of enlightenment, you wouldn't be having sex anymore. You just don't see it as something that's desirable or interesting, or because you've already seen the truth that this temporary pleasure is ultimately going to end up in painful feelings. Because if you allow yourself to have sex, there's going to be situations where you can't get it, and now you're going to be agitated and frustrated, and you're not interested in that, and you're not experiencing that any longer as an enlightened being. Your mind's just permanently peaceful. But if you have a craving for sex, you're going to get agitated when you can't get it, because it's impermanent. You can't always get it.
I get it. And if it's actually, according to Buddha's teachings, difficult to obtain human rebirth, then wouldn't it be the best possible thing we could do for humanity to have like 12 kids?
Not necessarily, right? Because you might not be able to afford 12 kids. You might not be able to teach and guide 12 kids. Anytime there's birth, there's going to be sickness, aging, death. There's going to be sorrow, grief, pain, and displeasure. So anytime a being comes into the world, they're going to experience sickness, aging, death, sorrow, grief, pain, and displeasure. So from that standpoint, we don't think about it as the most compassionate thing to do is to have 12 kids. But we do think about the human life as the most ideal existence. If you're going to exist, being in the human life is the most ideal existence, because you experience all three feelings of pleasant, painful, neither painful nor pleasant. So you tend to have built-in motivation to be able to get to enlightenment, and you can get to enlightenment. Where an animal, they can't get to enlightenment. They have to be reborn into the human or heavenly realm to get to enlightenment. So the human existence is the ideal existence, but that doesn't mean that we should run out and have lots of kids, because we might not be able to support them and provide for them and guide them and help them in the world in the way that they're going to need help.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. I have more questions.
I have forgotten my question.
Okay. You can ask it whenever you think about it. Yeah. So if you're just starting off on the path, all this discussion about sex and eliminating sex, it might be the farthest thing from your mind right now, and that's okay, right? Learn all the teachings, practice all the teachings, work your way up to that second stage of enlightenment, and sometime in the future, you might decide to either keep having sex or not having sex. You don't have to make that decision now, but just understand that in order to get to the permanent peace where you're no longer experiencing any discontentedness, you'll need to eliminate sexual contact. But that's not necessarily where you're at right now in your journey. And that's why everyone's on their own independent journey. Nobody's going to tell you to eliminate sex. Nobody's going to force you to do it. Nobody's going to try to convince you to do it. It's up to your own personal choices to be able to decide for yourself when or if you ever choose to do that, right? So just keep that in mind too. Okay, so now I'm going to move into the mental discipline section. And at any point you remember your question, just let me know. So the mental discipline section is right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration. And this is going to help you to really fine tune your mind and actually eliminate the discontentedness. This is where you're going to see more of the solution of how to do this. So these are the words of the Buddha around right effort. And usually what I do is I read this to students so they can hear it, and then I teach it to you. But what I'm going to do is I'm just going to teach it to you. But these are the words of the Buddha, where he's explaining 4 aspects of right effort. What he's describing is applying this effort to eliminate and prevent unwholesome qualities from arising in the mind, and to arise wholesome qualities in the mind. When he teaches right effort, he has 4 aspects of right effort. He teaches you to prevent any unwholesome qualities from coming into the mind. So there are certain unwholesome qualities that are not currently in your mind right now. And the Buddha is saying you need to apply the right effort to ensure that those don't come into the mind. An example that I give here is like killing a human being. Probably killing a human being is the farthest thing from your mind right now. It's not even in your mind at all, right? And the Buddha is saying, apply the right effort to prevent those kinds of things from ever coming into the mind. And it's not just this one. There's other ones that aren't currently in your mind either, and it's going to be unique to you. And the Buddha is saying, prevent that from ever coming into the mind, whatever those unwholesome qualities are. And you're going to learn about wholesome and unwholesome qualities as part of this path. And the Buddha is saying, apply the right effort to prevent those from ever coming into the mind. Then the second aspect that he's teaching is any unwholesome qualities that are currently in your mind is to apply the effort to eliminate those out of the mind. And the examples that I'm giving here is, say you're in an existing relationship and you have a craving for sex and you want to have sex with somebody else outside of your existing relationship. That's an unwholesome quality in your mind because you know that's going to cause harm. This is why sexually transmitted diseases occur. This is why you might get in fights and arguments. This is why people get murdered over these kinds of things, right? This is where problems happen. You can damage your reputation in the community and all kinds of issues. So if you see this unwholesome quality coming up in your mind, you're going to need to apply the effort to cut that off and eliminate it out of the mind. That's what right effort is. Or another one might be anger, frustration, or irritation. If you're noticing that coming up in the mind, you're going to need to apply the effort to eliminate that out of the mind. And there are certain unique unwholesome qualities that are currently in your mind that when you notice those, you're going to need to apply the effort to eliminate them. Then the third one is any wholesome mental qualities that are not currently in your mind. You're going to need to apply the effort to bring those into the mind, because there are certain wholesome qualities that you're going to learn on this path that are not currently in your mind. And you're going to need to apply the effort to bring those in. One of those might be generosity. Like just say that you have a difficulty giving and sharing, that you don't like to share with other people. And you find out on part of this path that you're going to need to practice generosity in order to get to enlightenment. Well, you're going to need to apply the effort to bring generosity into the mind. It's not just going to happen by itself. You're going to need to apply the effort to do that. Or say compassion. What compassion is the concern for the misfortune of others. Let's just say you're pretty indifferent, that when you see somebody experiencing some unfortunate situation, you're just like, so what? Who cares? It's not me. It's not my family member. I don't care. Right? That would be indifference. Well, if you don't have compassion in your mind, you're going to need to apply the effort to bring this concern for the misfortune of others into your mind. And we're going to talk about this. This is one of the Brahma Viharas. Then there's the fourth aspect of right effort, which is maintaining wholesome mental states to arise in the mind, bring them to the full growth and perfection, not allowing them to fade away. So an example here might be loving kindness, right? What loving kindness is where you have a genuine interest in seeing all beings be well. Well, you might have that to a certain degree in your mind right now, where you would like to see other beings be well. The opposite of loving kindness is anger and hatred. So while you have loving kindness for certain beings in your mind, there's other situations where you don't have loving kindness, where you do get bitter and harsh and hostile towards people. And that's because your loving kindness hasn't been brought to full growth, full perfection, and full development. So you're going to need to apply right effort to bring this loving kindness into the mind more and more and more, and fully develop it in the mind. And you're going to need to apply the effort to do that. It's not going to happen automatically. And another example might be sympathetic joy. Sympathetic joy is joy for others' success, even if you didn't contribute to it. So this is the opposite of jealousy or envy. So maybe in some situations, your friend's like, hey, I'm going to Thailand. You're like, oh, you're going to have a great time. I went there last year. That's going to be so fun. Enjoy yourself. Oh, it's going to be wonderful. But then maybe somebody's like, hey, I bought a new house. I got this new house. And maybe you really want a new house yourself, and now you're jealous and you're envious. Or maybe they got a promotion at work and you really wanted that promotion, but they got it instead of you, and now you're jealous of them. So in this situation, you're not practicing sympathetic joy 100% of the time. So you're going to need to apply the effort to bring this sympathetic joy into the mind, right? So these are just examples that I'm giving you, but understand the structure of what the Buddha is teaching you is that you're going to need to apply effort to prevent unwholesome qualities from coming into the mind. You're going to need to apply the effort to eliminate the unwholesome qualities that are currently in your mind. You're going to need to apply the effort to bring in the wholesome qualities that are not currently in your mind. And you're going to need to apply the effort to arise and bring to full growth and perfection the wholesome qualities that you currently have in your mind. Because there are certain wholesome qualities that are currently in your mind, and you're going to need to fully develop those in your mind. This is what right effort is applying the effort to prevent the unwholesome, eliminate the unwholesome, to bring in the wholesome, and then support and encourage the wholesome. The way that I teach this to my son is I say, kick out the unwholesome and bring in the wholesome. You need to apply the effort to do that. Okay? Then there's right mindfulness. You wouldn't be able to apply right effort without right mindfulness. Here, the Buddha is describing to you right mindfulness, and I usually will read it to students, but based on the time, I'm just going to jump right in and start teaching it to you. But here, what he's teaching you is what's called the 4 foundations of mindfulness. Generally, you can think about mindfulness as awareness of mind. That's the way you would like to think about it when you're first getting started, is bringing some awareness to your mind, to be aware of your thoughts, your feelings, the different things that are going through your mind, your ideas, because oftentimes we don't have that in the unenlightened state. We just kind of plow through the world. It's almost like plowing through the forest. You're knocking down a bunch of trees, you're burning up the forest. You could care less about what's going on with other people's lives and how you're interacting with them and what decisions you're making and how it's affecting them. You're just plowing through the world. And you smell a little bit of smoke and you're like, who lit the fire? Who knocked down all those trees, right? Well, it's you that did that, right? It's your decisions that led to that. So with mindfulness, you're aware of what's going on in your mind, right? So that's what you would like to practice when you're first getting started with mindfulness. Now, some people nowadays, when they talk about mindfulness, they might say, can you mindfully carry this glass of water to that table over there? That's not what the Buddha is talking about. What they're talking about is they're saying careful. Can you carefully carry this glass of water to the table over there? That's not what mindfulness is in the way that the Buddha taught it. So if you're going to get to enlightenment, you're going to need to know the way the Buddha taught things. So he's teaching mindfulness as awareness of the mind. And that's what you would ultimately like to be cultivating. And that's that breathing mindfulness meditation that we did this morning and that you're going to be doing throughout the course. That's helping you to develop your awareness of the mind. Okay? But then more specifically, you would like to develop what's called the 4 foundations of mindfulness. This is what the Buddha is describing in the step of the Eightfold Path. What the 4 foundations of mindfulness are 4 things that you're going to need to be aware of. You're going to need to be aware of the bodily sensations, the feelings, the condition of the mind, and the mental objects. I'll explain to you guys what these things are and why you need to understand them. What the bodily sensations are is that when you have craving, desire, attachment in your mind, and you experience contact, you're going to see that contact as either agreeable or disagreeable. And then there's going to be some bodily sensation associated with the feeling that the mind is about to create. The mind is about to create a conditioned feeling, but there's some bodily sensation that's like the early warning system. So before you get angry, there's some bodily sensation that's occurring that you may or may not even be aware of right now. There's maybe tingling in the body, tightening in the chest, tightening in the throat. Maybe there's heat in the face. Maybe there's pressure in the skull. This is an early warning system. This is alerting you that, hey, you're about to get angry. Your mind's about to get angry. You're about to form a conditioned feeling. And you've got this early warning system alerting you that this is about to happen. And that's where you apply right effort, and you would like to cut that off and let that go. That's what you're doing with right effort, is you're cutting that anger that's coming up. It's about to form a conditioned feeling in the mind, and you cut it off and let it go. You're not suppressing your feeling. You're actually cutting it off before it even becomes a feeling. Because if you miss it as a bodily sensation, it's going to become a feeling. That's the next part. The Buddha is describing to you this life cycle that discontentedness takes. That first, if there's a craving, desire, attachment in the mind, there's going to be these bodily sensations. Then there's going to be a feeling that is formed in the mind. Now the mind's angry. Now the mind's frustrated. Now it's bored. Now it's lonely. Now it's feeling guilty or shameful or some other discontent feeling. If you don't cut it off as a bodily sensation, it'll become a feeling. And if you don't cut it off as a feeling, it's then going to affect the condition of the mind. So for a few hours, for a few days, for a week or two, you're going to have some effect to the mind. This is where you've been grumpy or irritated or annoyed for like a few hours, a few days, a week or two. You remember that, right? Where you're kind of irritated and agitated for a week or two. That's because you didn't have the wisdom of this, that you missed it as a bodily sensation. You didn't even know maybe that these were occurring, and you didn't cut it off there. And then it became a feeling, and you didn't cut it off there. Your mind just dwelled in that feeling. And now for a few hours or a few days or a week or two, your general condition of the mind was being affected, right? So you can cut it off at any point in time here, because if you don't, it's going to feed what's called a mental object. What a mental object is a deeply rooted container that's embedded in the mind. And in this example of anger, that mental object is called ill will. That there's this deeply rooted container of ill will in the mind. So if you don't cut it off as a bodily sensation, if you don't cut it off as a feeling, you don't cut it off as a condition of your mind, it's going to form this mental object of ill will, this deeply rooted container where there's this bitterness and hostility towards others. Because none of us were born with ill will. We didn't go into the nursery at the hospital hating other babies. Right? We didn't have that when we were growing up. That's why we're so joyful and everything's so wonderful when we're a kid, because our mind isn't so polluted when we're a kid and we're just so giddy and bouncing around. But we started having cravings when we were growing up. Mom, can you buy me chocolate? Can you get me that ice cream? Sure, little David, here you go. Here's your ice cream. Here's your chocolate, right? So, you're the best mommy ever. Yay, I got my chocolate. I got my ice cream, right? And we did this for a while. And mommy and daddy kept giving us chocolate and ice cream. But at some point we said, Mommy, Daddy, I want chocolate. I want ice cream. And they said, no, you can't have it. Ooh, you're the worst mommy ever, right? Because of our lack of wisdom, we associated those painful feelings to mom and dad. We thought mom and dad were causing that, but in reality, it was our craving. We wanted something, and we falsely attributed it to mom or dad because of our lack of wisdom. So there was some bodily sensation, there was some feeling, it affected the condition of our mind. We're now grumpy and irritable to mom. We're pouting around, thinking they're the worst mom ever. And it formed this mental object of ill will, this deeply rooted container in the mind. And over the course of your life, you've just been feeding that and feeding that and feeding that and feeding that. So with right mindfulness, if you can be aware of each of these three things, you can actually take action to fix it, and you can prevent the discontent feelings from ever coming into the mind. It's kind of like if you were taking a boat from Australia to Indonesia, you would like to prevent the water from ever coming into the boat. Because once the water gets in the boat, you've got a real problem to deal with. So once the anger comes into the mind, you've got a real problem to deal with, right? So if you can prevent it from ever coming into the mind, you can save yourself all the trouble. And if you do this enough, then the causes and conditions that are producing these discontent feelings won't ever arise. So if you can restrain the mind and restrain the mind, cut it off as a bodily sensation, eventually there won't be any anger that arises because you've purified the mind and there isn't any cravings, desires, attachments that are producing this. So it's your right mindfulness where you're aware of the bodily sensations, the feelings, the condition of the mind, and the mental objects that's going to allow you to purify your mind. You wouldn't be able to apply right effort without right mindfulness. Okay, so this is the step of right mindfulness, is having awareness of the mind, and you might just start there. But then as you're developing your mindfulness through meditation more and more, you're going to need to be aware of the bodily sensations, the feelings, the condition of the mind, and the mental objects. And the bodily sensations we're talking about is not just an itch or something like that. We're talking about the bodily sensations associated with your cravings, desires, attachments, that painful bodily sensation, the tightening of the chest, the tightening of the throat, the heat in the face, the pressure in the skull. But even those conditioned pleasant feelings, they have bodily sensations too, right? You might feel that tingling across the back of your neck, across your shoulders, up your head. Sometimes we call goosebumps. You guys know that one, right? Like, oh, you just kind of feel those warm, fuzzy feelings. That's the bodily sensations associated with the pleasant feelings about to arise. And it's an early warning system so that you can cut that off and let it go. Okay, so this is right mindfulness. Then there's right concentration. I don't usually read this at all, even in the foundational classes, because what the Buddha is teaching you here is he's teaching you the results of having put together all the Eightfold Path. And you're going to need to learn this, but I just don't typically read it because the Buddha is teaching you the results of what you're going to be experiencing as you put together the Eightfold Path. He's describing what's called the jhanas. I teach you this in other programs. I do read this and teach it to you in other programs, what the jhanas are. Just basically, I'll teach you what the jhanas are here. What the jhanas are, they're these 4 preliminary phases that the mind goes through before you get to the first stage of enlightenment. There's 4 stages of enlightenment, but there's these 4 preliminary phases that the mind goes through before it gets to the first stage of enlightenment. And we refer to them as jhanas. What this is where the mind has absorbed a certain amount of meditation, or it's absorbed a certain amount of the mental understanding of the teachings, and you're practicing the teachings to a certain degree. And as your mind's moving through these 4 jhanas, or these 4 phases, there are certain qualities of mind that you start to experience. It's almost like the light bulb is flickering, that if you were to turn on like one of these lights here, it would flicker and flicker and flicker, 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 and boom, it would be on, right? That's the way the light bulbs come on, the old time light bulbs. Well, that's the same way that enlightenment is occurring, that it's not just instantaneous. It kind of flickers for a while. So in these jhanas, you're kind of flickering and you see these qualities of enlightenment starting to shine through a bit. And that's what the jhanas are. So that's what the Buddha is explaining here in the Eightfold Path. But there's other teachings where he explains to you how to practice right concentration. And that's what I focus on in this particular course and some others, is how to practice right concentration. But there are some courses and retreats where I teach you more detail about the jhanas, because you're going to need to know what these are. Because as you're training your mind and you're starting to experience the jhanas, you would like to know that your mind is in the jhanas, because your practice kind of pivots a bit as you start experiencing that flickering of the light bulb. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is teach you how to practice right concentration. So practicing right concentration is to develop a meditation practice and to practice singleness of mind. These are the 2 aspects of right concentration, and this is what will develop your concentration, where you can be focused and concentrated and have clarity of mind. So breathing mindfulness meditation and loving kindness meditations are the 2 meditations that you need in order to develop your concentration. Because breathing mindfulness meditation is bringing down the cravings, desires, attachments. The loving kindness meditation is bringing down the anger, the hatred, and the ill will. And this is going to promote more concentration in your mind. We're going to talk more about meditation tomorrow when I teach you the loving kindness meditation. You would like to ultimately build up your practice to 2 or 3 sessions per day for 30 minutes or more. And right now, that might sound like a lot, depending on what you've got going on in your life. But remember, you're not just snapping your fingers to do this. You're gradually building this up. And for some people, this can take 6 months or even up to 2 years to build up to a 2 to 3 sessions for 30 minutes or more. But what you'll notice is if you look at your life, there's probably some unbeneficial things that you're doing that if you clear those things out of your life, you'll actually have more time to read and study and to train your mind in meditation. It's like if you're searching and surfing social media for hours and hours upon hours, you could probably clear some of that out and maybe just do that for 30 minutes or 45 minutes. You don't need 3 hours, right, to do those kinds of things. So this will actually clear up some of the unbeneficial things you're doing, and you'll be able to devote it to something that's actually beneficial, which is training your mind. So you can gradually get to this point. If you notice that it's either one meditation for 30 minutes or 2 for 15, I suggest you go for the 2 meditations for 15 minutes because the frequency is actually more important than the duration. And then gradually expand that 15 minutes to longer and longer and longer. So you're going to need to develop some type of meditation practice, and you'll get started with that in this course. And then if you're also developing that at home, that's what's going to help you. You're going to need to consistently meditate over a long-term period, right? So if you miss the meditation here or there, it's not going to crash your ability to get to enlightenment. So if you're meditating twice a day, that's about 60 meditations a month, right? Well, if you did 52 or 53 or 55, you're going to make your way to enlightenment, right? Whereas if you can do that for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years consistently, you're going to make your way towards enlightenment. But if you were, meditating once a week or once a month, you're not going to see enlightenment by doing that. So you're going to need about 2 or 3 sessions per day and gradually build up to that and realize that you're going to miss an occasional meditation here or there. That's normal because your meditation is impermanent, right? You're not going to permanently be able to meditate 3 times a day. It's not possible. There's no one that can do that, right? But that's what you would like to ultimately be a goal and gradually build up to that. Then the other part of right concentration is practicing singleness of mind in daily life. What this is just doing one thing at a time. Oftentimes the mind has a lack of wisdom and it has this confusion and this misunderstanding, thinking that you can do multiple things at one time. You might have been taught to multitask, that your mind somehow is like a computer chip and you can do multiple things at one time. But in reality, you can't. This is a delusion of the mind. This is part of the lack of wisdom. When you're talking on the phone, you're watching TV, and you're eating a sandwich, you're not actually doing all 3 things at one time. You're talking on the phone for a few seconds, you're watching TV for a few seconds, and you're eating your sandwich for a few seconds. And this is why when you get off the phone, you can't even remember what you talked about. And you're like, what did I even talk about? I know I agreed to something, but I don't even remember what I'm supposed to do. You might have to call that person back and be like, hey, I know I agreed to do something for you. What was it again? Can you remind me? So this conversation that you think now you're being more productive because you're doing 3 things at one time, this conversation actually was 45 minutes or an hour when it could have really been 15 minutes. And you have to call them back and you have to follow up and clean up this, right? And how could you ever practice right speech and bring forth all your wisdom in right speech if your mind's not focused and you're not concentrated? So if you're on the phone, you're watching TV and you're eating a sandwich, you're not actually doing all 3 of those things. Your mind's rapidly cycling through all of these things. And now you might be bitter, harsh, and hostile in the phone call, and now you just damaged a relationship, and you got to go back and clean that up. So you're actually causing yourself more difficulties. You're not being productive. You're actually being opposite of that. You're actually causing more and more difficulties for yourself. And then if you're doing that, where you're rapidly cycling like that all day long, you might get to the end of your day and you find it's hard to relax. You might find that you're stressed and you have anxiety, that you get home from work and it's really hard to just relax because your mind's go, 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 go. So you're not actually doing multiple things at one time. You're actually just doing one thing at a time, and your mind's rapidly cycling. And that's why when you get home from work, you find that it's hard to relax because the mind's stressed and having anxiety. It's kind of like a racehorse. If a racehorse is just go, 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 go on the racetrack, when they go to the barn, they can't calm down. They have a really hard time. They're chomping at the bit. They're ready to go race. And your mind is functioning the same way. So if you can just do one thing at a time, where if you're washing dishes, you're just washing dishes. If you notice your mind's wandering, you apply right effort and cut that off and let it go. This is how all 3 of these steps are working together. If you're in a business meeting and you're noticing your mind's wandering, because your right mindfulness is going to help you to be able to see, hey, my mind's wandering. I'm thinking about that trip to Thailand I'm going to leave in like 3 months and I just can't wait to go. Well, if you notice that, you cut that off. You're like, no, I need to focus on talking to the boss or talking to my coworkers, right? Let me just do this. So what you do is you more and more focus on being in the middle and practicing singleness of mind. The way that I think about it is if you have a piece of wood and you have a steel rod and you grind it back and forth, initially it's going to bounce around a lot. This is what your mind's going to do. It's going to bounce around a lot because you're not used to practicing singleness of mind. But more and more as you practice singleness of mind, like dragging that steel rod back and forth on the wood, you're going to get a deeper and deeper groove in the wood, and it's going to be harder and harder for your mind to pop out. And when it does pop out, you'll notice it and you'll bring it right back. But eventually you'll get such a deep groove in this wood that steel rod will never pop out. So your mind is the same way. If you practice singleness of mind enough in your meditation and in daily life, you'll be focused and concentrated all the time. Right? Your mind will just be able to perform optimally. So you're going to need to practice singleness of mind, that wherever you notice that the mind's wandering is cut that off. And you're kind of getting that started right here. Because as you're hearing me talk, if your mind goes to lunch and thinking about lunch, like he said, he's going to break at 12 o'clock for lunch and it's almost 1 o'clock. Oh my goodness, what's he doing? He keeps talking, right? You got to cut that off and let it go and bring your mind back to what we're doing, right? Like don't be concerned about that. We'll get to lunch, don't worry, right? So you can cut that off and let it go, and you can practice singleness of mind and just focus on the person who's talking, whether you're in a business meeting or you're washing dishes or anything else that you're doing. Okay, so this is practicing right concentration. And right concentration is going to help you practice right mindfulness. And right mindfulness is going to help you apply right effort to cut off and let go of anything that's coming up. So that's what you would like to do with some of these things you guys asked me about, like what do I do when there's this craving arising or this discontentedness is arising? You cut it off and let it go, and cut it off and let it go. And some of these you're going to have to cut off and 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 cut off. You're not going to be able to just easily let it go. Your mind's going to be obsessively thinking about it for quite a while. You need to accumulate enough benefits of having practiced the Eightfold Path for an extended period of time that you're able to easily cut off and let go. Your mind's not going to be able to cut off and let go as you first get going with your training. You need to accumulate enough benefits to the point where you are able to more easily cut things off and let it go. Okay, so this is the mental discipline section of the Eightfold Path. Right effort is having the initiative to eliminate the unwholesome qualities and to cultivate the wholesome qualities. Right mindfulness is awareness of the mind, and specifically the 4 foundations of mindfulness: the bodily sensations, the feelings, condition of the mind, and the mental objects. You're going to need awareness of those things. And then right concentration is practicing meditation and developing singleness of mind. And then you're going to start experiencing the jhanas, those preliminary phases that the mind goes through. And you'll learn about what those are in other courses and retreats, so you'll know that your mind's in the jhanas. So this is the mental discipline section of the Eightfold Path. Is right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration. These are all working together, and it's also helping you to practice the moral conduct, because you're not going to be able to eliminate your harsh speech if you don't notice that anger coming up. The anger's coming up, you got to cut it off and let it go, so then you can practicing those 5 factors of well-spoken speech, right? So this is all working together. It's a complete package. So any questions on this? Yep.
So, to like cutting it off, letting go, cutting it off, letting.
Yeah, there's some impermanence in the microphone.
All right. So in terms of cutting it off, right, and letting go, thinking about, and maybe this is more technical than it needs to be, but is it essentially almost kind of like saying like a mental verbal no when a certain body sensation comes up, right? So just say if I'm getting a little bit hot-headed, is it almost like, nope, we're not going there? Like, is that kind of, you know what I mean?
You can use those kinds of things to help you. If you're focused on the breath in meditation and your mind moves off the breath and you notice that it's moved off the breath, that's the mindfulness. And then when you cut it off and let it go and bring your mind back to the breath, that's the right effort, to cut that off and let it go and bring it back to the breath. If you do that enough in meditation and through practicing your generosity, you'll be able to internally cut off any discontentedness that's arising. But as you're first getting started, you might need to do those kinds of things where you're like, no, I'm not going to let you get angry. Stop it. You're not going to do that, right? You can do those kinds of things. You can even redirect the mind where, like, I give this example, like if you're watching the news and you notice the frustration coming up, you can turn off the news and get up and go for a walk. That's redirecting the mind. That's applying right effort. Rather than sit there and dwell in that discontent feeling, that's not wise. The Buddha is teaching you how to rewire your mind, because those bodily sensations is like the mind saying, hey, I'm about to get angry. Hey, you've got a couple of seconds here to do something about this. I'm about to get angry. And you can say, nope, I'm not going to let you do that. And you can do that and maybe redirect your mind. Eventually you'll be able to internally do that. But if you don't do that, I got the feeling, right? The mind's got the feeling now that there's that conditioned feeling. And you're not interested in allowing the mind to do that. Because as long as you keep allowing the conditioned feeling to occur, the mind's going to keep staying wired like that. That's why if you're learning from people that say, oh, you got to sit with the feeling, you got to look at the feeling, you got to observe the feeling, you got to be one with the feeling. No, because as long as you keep allowing the mind to get that conditioned feeling, it's going to keep doing it over and over and over again. So you're trying to rewire the mind that it doesn't get that conditioned feeling. So whatever you need to do to cut it off and let it go, if it's talking, sometimes I used to physically, I'd be like, David, let it go. Let it go. Let it go. I would talk to myself and even physically do it, and that would help. So you can do those kinds of things.
And I mean, are there any body sensations or kind of feelings that we actually do not want to cut off?
If there's a bodily sensation associated with discontentedness, you're always interested in cutting that off, because that's the early warning system alerting you that you're about to experience a conditioned feeling. And those are the ones that we're talking about cutting off and letting go. And you'd like to cut off and let go of any of those, because that's the precursor to the mind experiencing the feeling. So there's going to be this buildup of the bodily sensation, and then boom, the mind's now angry. And you would like to catch it before that. It's like preventing the water from ever coming into the boat. Because once the anger gets in, you got to get it out.
Right, yeah, because I was thinking, I'm like, well, wait a minute. What if it's something that's, pleasant, it's joyful? I mean, why would I want to cut that off necessarily, right? Unless it's attached to like a certain craving or, that kind of thing, then I kind of get it. Like, I don't want to be pushed off track, so to speak.
Yeah, this is the conditional pleasant feeling that you're talking about. Any kind of conditioned pleasant feeling, it's going to end up in a painful feeling. So if you allow your mind to have a conditioned pleasant feeling, it's only a matter of time before you get the painful one. So if you look outside and you see it's sunny and you're so excited because it's sunny, and you allow the mind to get that conditioned pleasant feeling, then when it rains, you're going to be sad or frustrated. Or if you get so excited about that new job that you just got, at some point, you're going to lose your job, you're going to get laid off, the company's going to go out of business, and you'll be angry and frustrated because of that. And sometimes these things are so far apart, you don't even recognize that's what's happening. It can be 5 years apart from each other. And this is why a Buddha figures this out, is they can figure out that this is actually occurring. But in the unenlightened state with a lack of wisdom, you don't even see it because it's so far apart. So whenever you notice even a conditioned pleasant feeling coming up, you cut that off. You got to be willing to eliminate the temporary pleasant feelings in order to get to the permanent happiness, that unconditioned happiness. So if the mind's not willing to let go of the temporary happiness, and sex is one of those temporary happinesses that we have, if we're not willing to let that go, we're not going to be able to get to the permanent happiness. So some of the smaller ones, like the conditioned pleasant feeling of that it's sunny outside, okay, cut that off and let it go. And you can be comfortable with that. Where the sex one, it's usually a lot harder for people. It takes many years before somebody's willing to let that one go. But ultimately, the mind needs to let go of any and all conditioned pleasant feelings in order to get to the unconditioned happiness.
So then, is there such thing as body wisdom? I mean, I feel like nowadays a lot of people will say, well, like, what does your body tell you? Or you got to listen to your body, right? Like, we've heard that a lot. What's the Buddha's take on, listening to your body or the wisdom of the body?
The body doesn't have any wisdom by itself. Without the mind, the body can't do anything. The mind is the boss and the body is the employee. The body's just following along. And the way you can independently verify this is you can see at the time of death, the body just lays there. It doesn't do anything. It just deteriorates. But when there's a mind there, then the body can actually do something. So the mind is the boss, the body is the employee. It's just following along with whatever the mind wants to do. So the body itself, while there's biological processes that the body will follow based on chemicals and things like that, that's not inherent wisdom or intelligence. It's just a cause and effect, a series of events, a sequence of events. But all of this is being driven by the mind. That's why when the mind's gone at the time of death, the body just lays there and does nothing.
Right.
Yep.
Cool. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, I'm going to check online and see if any of our folks online have questions. Okay, I'm not seeing any questions here. So right now is basically 10 minutes after 1, and this topic usually does take a little bit time to teach. It's typical for this class to go to like 12:15 or even 12:30, but today we've gone a little bit extra, and that's fine. I just go with whatever questions you guys have. I'm going to break for lunch, but are you guys okay without a 1.5 hour lunch? You guys okay with like a 50-minute lunch that we come back at 2 o'clock? Is anybody attached to an hour and a half? You really want it? You're going to get angry. You're going to revolt if I don't give you an hour and a half lunch, right? So nobody's attached. You can just let go and realize like, hey, it's impermanent. Okay, perfect. All right. So why don't we get back together at 2 o'clock, which is basically 50 minutes from now. And I'm going to teach you guys what's called the 3 poisons or the 3 unwholesome roots. Okay. So enjoy your lunch and I'll see you guys in 50 minutes. And by the way, there's a place right outside the temple that already has food prepared. It's like 30, 40, 50 baht, and you can sit down and have a meal. I go there and it's like 15 minutes, 20 minutes. So if you guys would like to go there, that's a great place for you. Yeah, some of the students know where it's at, so you can go with them. I'm sure that's probably where they're headed. Okay, so thank you guys, and I'll see you guys after lunch. Okay? All right.